here since 2 o'clock, so we were in camera discussing some other items. So I will ask for a resolution to come out of camera before we start our planning hearings, please.
Resolved as per section 152 for the Municipal Act of Rural Municipality of St. Clements does now resume sitting of regular meeting.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gazarovich, Councillor Corbus seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Before we get into our planning hearings, I'm going to call on Kayla, our planning assistant, to go over some rules that we usually read before every planning meeting. So Kayla, if you could go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Council wishes to thank you for taking an interest in what is happening in your municipality by attending this evening. The purpose of these public hearings is to receive representation from the applicant as well as any persons who also wish to make representation on what is being proposed. We will hear first from the applicant and then from those present who wish to make representation. This will start with anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those that are opposed to or object to the proposal. At the end of these other presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond. Outside the council chamber, you will find sign-in sheets for tonight's public hearing. If anyone intends to make a presentation for any of the hearings scheduled, including the applicants, we do ask that you record the necessary information on the sign-in sheet. At the end of each presentation, the members of council may ask for clarification from the speaker on any fact or issue, but will not enter into a debate. At your opportunity to speak, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Persons speaking must address the chair. If they have questions that they think the applicant should answer, they should raise them in their presentation to the chair. The applicant will have an opportunity to respond to questions when the other presentations are finished. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kayla. So we will start this evening with our conditional uses, and the first one we have is conditional use number 24 of 2025, and if we could move into the conditional use board, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for conditional use 24 of 2025.
Can I have the mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, Councillor Strang seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. So now I'm going to turn it over to the planner to walk us through this application, and we will go from there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you noted, this is conditional use number 24 of 2025. It's for a property located at 36 Nicholas Streets, and the purpose is to establish a home industry or a home type of business on the subject property. Specifically, the applicant would like to do a home industry for used car sales. I believe they want to have a couple or 3 vehicles on the property at any given time. I think this is probably fairly similar to other applications you've probably seen where people under dealer plate and that sort of thing, where MPI requires an address and a business license. I'm sure the applicant will speak a little bit more towards that. Here's the subject property. You can see in the residential neighborhood, it is a rural residential neighborhood. That's subject properties are about 1.3 acres in size. And here's just a little bit of a sketch that the applicant has provided showing the home and then where they're going to have the vehicles. Should council wish to approve this, there are 5 conditions on your document tonight. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm going to be here for a little while. Do you want me to read those out, or can I trust the council's read them all?
I think with the number of people here, I wouldn't mind if you read them all, please.
No problem, happy to do so. So 5 conditions related to, there's 2 standard conditions on all of our applications. They are that the conditional use is limited to what's been presented in the application. Any changes would have to come back to council for new approval. The applicant owner obtain all required permits from our office, the municipality, and others if required. The applicant obtains a business license from the municipality. The applicant to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the municipality. And finally, that the outdoor storage is allowed as part of the home industry, subject to storage being located to the rear line of the adjacent parallel, sorry, I'm just going to paraphrase that, be behind the house, and that the storage area needs to be fenced or screened from public view. That's what happens now.
Thank you for that, Derek. Any questions to the planner from members of council? Is the applicant in the audience this evening?
Yeah.
Do you want to come forward and whatever you have to share with us and the people in the audience this evening?
Yeah. Sorry, first time speaking to Franklin.
That's okay.
There was a couple papers I brought.
Okay, have you submitted those to the RM previously, or?
No, I have not.
Okay, Derek will just grab those from you. Okay, and what else did you have to share with council and the members of the audience? And I'll need your name and your location. I know that you said you're the applicant, but it is being recorded, so we still always like you to do
Yeah,
that.
sure. My name is Giuseppe Salvaggio. I'm located at 36 Nicholas Street. And for the application to do this, I'm okay with the conditional uses of that, and it is more like, it's not gonna be like a used car dealership or, I know a lot of them, you guys see them in the city, they have a bunch of junk stuff, cars lifted out, tires off and that, which I completely understand, and that's not something I'm looking to do or gonna do. It's simply, I do a lot of the dealer plate that MPI, this gentleman was saying that MPI requires a address and that to carry it on and everything. That's what I'm looking to do. Besides, like he was saying, 3 or 4 vehicles off to the side of that. Those are just like my parent, my father, and my mother's daily, and myself daily drivers that we've been using with the plate as well. And other vehicles would be normal vehicles parked in the garage out of sight of view. For traffic and noise wise, I know a lot of people are probably worried about that. I don't meet anyone at the house. I meet them at other dealerships as part of the deals with them. Like if someone was to purchase a car, we would go there and do the paperwork at that dealership, whatever works for the person I'd be selling the vehicle to. So there wouldn't be any traffic or anyone coming to the house. I know a big thing is, like, especially for my father, is random strangers at the house. Because in the area, you know, especially a nice neighborhood like that, that no one wants random people coming around, looking or seeing what they have outside, you know. So I completely understand that. So that's another reason I wouldn't have anyone be coming to the house to do vehicle purchases there or anything for viewings and that. It's always brought to another dealership in the city away from the house. So there wouldn't be any traffic or cause of noise, more noises or anything like that. And no random strangers, as I said before, because I know it's a big part of it, because no one wants random strangers coming or being, or looking around, so I completely understand that. And it wouldn't be, no like broken down vehicles or anything like that sitting outside or making the yard or other neighbor, because I know everyone can see through everyone's stuff, that it wouldn't be causing any eyesores, I guess the word would be.
That's about it, okay. This information that you just handed in to us, those are people who are supporting your application?
Yes, I went door to door the other day. And at first I just went door to door explaining and that, but then one of them said I should be getting signatures and that, which is smart, otherwise it'd just be my word of mouth.
Okay. All right, thank you. Questions from council to the applicant?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I could just interrupt for a second.
Sure.
It says we the undersigned, but it doesn't say in support or against. These are all provided by you in support?
Yes. Like I went door to door and they signed, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, there was
something
nothing
like
at
that.
the top, so it just says we the undersigned, and the other 2 lines are blank there.
Oh.
Yeah, like right at the top here.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, questions from council to the applicant. Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
2 questions. The first one is just for clarity, the 3 cars that you're talking about being on site, I'm assuming that's those 3 little boxes in front of the garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And secondly, when you read the application, it talks about having these 3 vehicles, but it also talks about having your personal vehicles. So I guess I have a concern about policing this, because how do we know that you don't have 6 vehicles in your name, yards full of vehicles? You know, I guess, you know, if we could change the wording of maybe some of the conditions, I think it's just too open-ended the way that the application reads right now for my liking.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
I'm just going to agree with Councillor Spicer, and I guess that when I look at the application, it is for a home industry, and yet what you describe is totally different. That you're not doing anything at the home, and just what the conditions are in here, it's totally like 2 different things, and then we're going to have to get the bylaw out or something. So that's my concern too.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
So the way it's been explained is that MPR requires you to get a dealer's plate in order to sell vehicles, correct? That's the whole, even though you're not selling them from, people aren't coming to your yard and looking at the vehicles, you're meeting at an alternate location. The reason you have to go through this hoop is because MPR requires you to get the dealer's permit, correct? Something like that?
Yes. Personally, you're allowed to sell a certain amount of vehicles under your own name. I've carried on my dealer's license at other locations as well. I got it when I was 18, so about 4 years I've had it. And another thing is, okay, if I add on to my first.
Sure, go right ahead.
Like another thing is we have a few classic cars as well that me and my dad tinker with that, as you guys know, like all classic cars aren't, it's hard to get safeties on them and that, but as a dealer I do require to get safeties in that, which I do. It's just another thing that, to insure them all, when we only take them on Sunday night cruises or something, that's another thing that we use the plates for and looking to get this. As well, like, do I address everyone's issue? Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, the MPR requires that. I've held it for a long time. And they do checkups to make sure everything is in order. And because that's a big thing too, like they'll be like, okay, your vehicle did this, okay, making sure everything's good, you know, like, everything that says it is. They did checkups as well, which I have no problem with. Fire officers did checkups as well, and or other conditions added on, I'm okay with as well. I'm okay to, it's my first time doing this, to be honest with you. It's like I've never had a lot of paperwork. It was a bit confusing to me. I know it's probably straightforward for most of you guys, but so I wasn't sure what to write exactly or how to explain myself in it. But I am open to conditional uses, whatever it may be. I'm open to that and explaining more, or having someone come down and check out, you know, like try for a month or 2, or see how everyone thinks about it. I'm not sure how these things go, to be honest.
So following up on Councillor Spicer's comments about vehicles, you're proposing 3 for sale vehicles on your property, plus your own personal vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Right, and you would take those vehicles away from that property and drive them somewhere else for them to be viewed?
Yes, exactly. I've been working with, I've been in the car industry a long time, and that, I'm not like a big player in it, but through people I know in that, maybe example, like the Gautier dealerships and that, they all do vehicle financing, as you know. So a lot of times I fly out somewhere, pick up vehicles, which is another use that I need my plate for, and I have something where I can go there, use their parking lot to show a vehicle and sell it there.
Yeah, and I would have no problem with those requirements, as Councillor Spicer was saying, to be able to police it or be able to monitor like what's actually there, because it can get overzealous at times.
Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Horbus.
So you would have the 3 vehicles that you have, and then you would have anywhere from 1 to 3 that you'd be selling, right?
Yes.
And then you said you had some older cars that you
Yeah,
tinkered with?
that's to do with that as well, basically.
So
Just
are
a
we
little-
talking
that's like, I guess,
6 cars or 8 cars? Or?
no, not that, that's more like, that's more like just a hobby for me and my dad, but I would just be right to bring it up, like,
But that would be in with the 6. There would never be more than
Oh.
6 cars on the yard.
on the yard, like
Yeah.
in view?
Yeah.
No, not unless we have like a birthday or something, there wouldn't be more than 6 in the driveway, that are personal or for sale. Because most of the time the vehicle that, is for sale, it's, when my parents or I are driving.
Okay, any other questions from council at this point? Okay, there are still a number of people that want to speak on your application, so I may ask you to come back up after everybody else speaks if you have any closing thoughts after you hear what everyone else has to say, so. Okay? I do not have anybody else on my list in favor, but I'm going to ask if there's anybody in the audience who is here to support this application. You want to come forward and state your name for the record, please?
I'm Jennifer Watson. I'm the owner of 36 Nicholas. And Joseph is my son. So my husband, how this all started was my husband and him like to tinker. My husband has classic cars, as it was mentioned, and he just likes to redo them, refurbish them. And when he gets tired of them, he'll flip it for another one and do the same. So Joseph decides, like, he gets a dealer plate and he helps his dad, and he started buying some and selling some on his own. And so what he does is goes and, like he said, flies out, brings them home, fixes them up, or flips them at a dealership. We've lived in East St. Paul, rural area, for 30 years, and very quiet. We respect the quiet. We didn't want to move into the city because we don't like noise. So I respect everyone's yards, and we do not like a messy yard. If there's any questions or anything that I can help.
Well, I'll ask if council has any questions, and it's actually not a back and forth with the audience. Like, they'll have their opportunity to come and address council just as you have, and we'll see where it goes from there. Any questions go ahead, Councilor Gordon.
So you have a dealer plate now, or?
Yes, he has been in the industry for almost 4 years. So he has a dealer.
Okay, just for clarification, how many cars would you have on the property at any given time? Like your cars, the cars that are being sold, the cars that you're refurbishing, or your husband and your son are refurbishing, how many cars in total would there be at any one time in the yard?
So right now, my husband has a few more than we want. We have 6 in the garages right now. They're plastic cars, and he got sick, so he can't finish them all. So we're just trying to get rid of that, and they're restored, so they're not an eyesore or anything. And then Joseph has 2, and I have 1.
So in total, you have 9 cars on the property.
But yes,
Okay.
and only 3 are parked outside.
Right, but you said 6 are in the garages.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't see them from anywhere in the garages then. So you have 3 that are outside.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else have anything? That's it for now, thank you. Okay, I will ask once more, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak in support of this application? Okay, I will move to my list here for those. Oh, sorry, Councilor Belanger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of today, if you can ask the applicant, how many are in the yard as of today?
I think that's what the answer
Right.
was.
3, I think it was 3 outside, 6 in the garage.
Jennifer, if I could just ask you to clarify, how many cars are on the property presently? If I went to your house today, how many cars are on the
Outside,
property?
I'm asking.
Outside?
There would be, well, 3.
3 outside, plus the ones in the garage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to my list here now. I do have a few names on it, and the first one I have is Paul Carnahan for information and perhaps opposition. Did you want to come forward and speak?
I live at, my name is Paul Carnahan. I live at 95 Maple Street, which is about 15 homes down from the place in question. I'm here to get more information, and I guess the question, can I just direct them to council? And
Yes, they have to be directed to council, and then we'll see if we can get you the answer.
All your questions should be directed to the
Yeah.
chair.
During the presentation made by Mr. No, I'm sorry, by his mother, mentioned you already have a dealer plate. If you already have a dealer plate now, why do you need another dealer plate to register all these vehicles? If they currently are taking the vehicles somewhere else, show them and sell them, they can use the dealer plate that was just described here by Mr. Mother.
We can see if we can get clarification on that.
The next question is, I think one of them brought up Cruises, which is a trailer place across the street. It's on Henderson Highway, right near the cable.
Right.
Why can these vehicles, if they rent space from Cruises and get their commercial license, whatever they need from Cruises, and leave Nicholas Street as a residential area? Along with many of my neighbors, this is a quiet community. The children playing in the street, I know they said there won't be cars coming to see the vehicles at their place. But I'm not sure, how can you sell something off of a picture? If someone's buying a high-end vehicle, which my understanding is these are all collector's cars, they must be in the $55,000 range. People aren't going to buy something like off a picture. So if you have to plate it, to take it to a dealership to show the vehicle, why can't they just as well have them stored at Cruises and get their plates registered to Cruises? The next question I have, these are used vehicles, and they're doing repairs and fixing them up. Do they have permission to put in a hoist or a pit down the road so they can get under the vehicle, so they can do safety inspections? Are they going to be operating air-powered equipment, like impact wrenches and tools, cutting torches? This is a quiet neighborhood. Once we get some of this type of conditional permits, let's stop other people from opening up custom carpentry shops, with saws and drills going on. I would like our place to stay as a quiet, comfortable place for people to walk their children on the streets, for the kids to be playing in there without worrying about people coming by. Myself, I just know that down the road, the address, 36 address is being given out, and people know where you come if you want to get classic cars. And if you ever have in the back of my head, is people with, want to steal cars, may come to this address, to be looking to perhaps take cars. It's happened big time in Ontario and in Quebec, and it could very well start to happen around those streets. So what type of security is going to be on these buses in order to prevent people from coming in and trying to take advantage of the location?
Okay, anything else?
Yes. How long have young lads been in business as a dealer selling cars?
Well, that is something we'd have to ask him when he comes back up. He'll have that
Madam
opportunity.
Mayor,
I think he
Cody
said
mentioned-
4 years.
4 years? I think you said that. And why now for dealer plate? Where has he been operating his business from up until now? And the other question I'd like to have answered is, has him or his business dealings, have they had any legal issues where people have taken exceptions to them or taken to court or wanted refunds, and how is he going to deal with that? And has he had any difficulty in the past with people being unhappy? When you're buying a used vehicle, you're buying somebody else's problem. So I'd like to know how well he's taking care of these vehicles. Started selling them and how we're going to back them up. So we don't have people coming to that address check for buying and taking a quote. So after listening to what he had to say, my feelings on this matter is I would like the council to reject the proposal for the conditional use certificate.
Okay, thank you for
There are
that.
choices. Thank you.
Thank you. The next name I have on my list is Barbara Bose.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come and present. Based on the information that I got, which was pretty skimpy, I must say, I am speaking against the application. I've lived on Nicholas for 34 years, and I'm finding that the housing is turning over. We have a lot more kids. We have 3 kids under 11 next to the applicant's home, 2 kids across the street under 10 across the street. So the kids are growing up and they're on the street with their parents. I ride my bike every day, and it's just, as the gentleman said, it's really pretty quiet, and I kind of worry about the increase in traffic for sure. Housing turnover, I've said, bicycle, I've said. I think I'm worried about more traffic, even though I heard the young man say there wouldn't be that many. I do think that it could be a problem. In human resources, we have something called job creep, which is similar to what you folks were talking about. Is that you start with one thing and before you know it's going to grow. And I know in Watchell Street, there's one house that's got typically 7 to 9 trucks, 2 boats, and a trailer, and it looks awful. If we end up having that on Nicholas Street, I'll be even more unhappy. The other thing here is that I really think our area has been pretty crime-free. So when you increase the traffic, what's the potential of someone encasing out saying, my trailer is sitting out there just ready to go? We did hear from the tow truck transport in Transcona, where people are driving up at night with a tow truck, hooking onto your vehicle and taking off. So that's easier to do in our rural area. I have some questions. I don't know, I'm going to direct them to you, but I'm not sure who can answer them or whether you would answer them at another time.
Well, what we can do, depending on what they are, Barb, is we can make note of it, and then when the applicant has the opportunity to come back after everybody has presented, he may be able to answer most of them.
Yeah. Was any effort made by council or the applicant to identify another suitable location within the municipality? We're a big municipality, maybe there's another spot other than Nicholas Street. I think the gentleman was saying that's space from Cruz across the street. really concerned about the oversight. So if we have job creep and we end up having 12 cars on the driveway, what does the council do? What can you do? What can I do as a resident? I don't want to be complaining every week and being a real pain in the butt to you. What are steps for us as residents then if there's non-compliance, which is basically the same kind of thing? Well, if you approve it, would you have to put signage on there, children playing? Would you have to put sign on the property saying open for business, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is pretty late? Will the municipality be placing signs warning about speeding? So I think there's implications there, and for you as a councillor as well. Should it be approved? I want to know if our property value will be decreased in any way. What's the impact? If you have any idea of that. At the moment, based on what I've heard, and I have to say for me, not being in car business, it was a little confusing from what I first understood to what I kind of understand. And I'm still going to say, I do wish that you would not approve the application.
Thank you for that, Laura.
Thank you. And I have another meeting to go to.
Oh, okay, so
Thank you very much.
you're very welcome. Okay, the next name I have on my list is David and Lori Poirier, and I understand Jerry Walker will be speaking on behalf of everyone.
So Mayor, council members, my name is Gerald Walko, Lori Poirier's brother. She asked me to join her tonight, this evening, with respect to this particular application. I guess to a great degree, a lot of it, as the previous people have spoken, a lot of fact-finding information has been coming out. It was a little vague as to what was going on. And when Lori initially showed me the application that was, or the conditional use application that was sent her in the mail, basically indicated that the applicant, Giuseppe Salvaggio, was looking at setting up a used car dealership. So first thought, and I'm sure that applies to many people in the chambers tonight, is that somebody's wanting to put a dealership on their residential property. And I'm quite familiar with the kind of thing that Giuseppe's looking at doing. I myself have worked for a car dealership for in excess of 30 years, so well familiar with what's going on in the business. I know as well throughout our municipality, there's a number of people that have operated dealerships on dealer plates and so forth. And so I guess initially thinking that somebody was wanting to put a car dealership into a residential area, the first thing was, well, we're opposed to that because we are in a residential area. Looking for the consistency and the harmony of the residential area to remain that way. Listening to what Giuseppe was proposing earlier, that he was talking about having 3 cars outlined on the diagram that was proposed earlier, that would be there as his sale cars, and understanding that these would be taken off the premises to be shown, test driven, negotiated on or sold or whatever. I guess puts a little bit of a different light there. I think Lori's big concern, and she asked me to come up and help her speak about this, is that, you know, what concerns should the residents have, and as Barb, who just left, mentioned, you know, what would happen down the road. It's easy for anybody to have, and she had mentioned that there's a resident on Walko Drive that has a number of vehicles there, and you know, something like that. I think whenever the council approves the conditional use of whatever type it is, there has to be some policing of it as well, that it's going to be monitored and kept to what was initially approved. So these are sort of thoughts that are just flowing off, you know, out of my mind mind right now in what we've heard up to this point. Obviously, there's a fairly good turnout tonight about this particular application, and to a degree, maybe the residents need more information, and council and mayor have to discuss this more. I don't see as that this will get resolved this evening because of the concerns from a number of residents and so forth, but, you know, primarily people are looking, you know, at the areas being residential and fairly quiet, and as soon as anybody hears about a business going in, it's a different thing. I myself live right on Henderson Highway across from DJ Cruz, so I'm familiar with what that's like. I mean, prior to DJ Cruz and going back a number of hours was the original wigwam, which our father built back in around 1950, so well familiar with the business on Henderson Highway. But with something like this, I think perhaps more clarification is needed. I think the general consensus is that people are looking for not seeing a dealership set up, and even, I think it was Barb mentioned earlier about signage on the street and that. I can't see any of that, you know, for Giuseppe Salvaggio having a sign there with hours of business, because it doesn't sound like that's his intention. So I have to respect that as well, having been in the automotive business for years myself. But Lori, do you have some comments that you'd like to state at this time?
Well, I just feel if it was approved, I think it will get out of hand. And myself, I've lived in the area, I love it, it's quiet, there's new kids moving into the area. And for safety's sake, and for look's sake, this is residential, like previous people have said. It's not a commercial business area or something like that. I'm sure you can go to another place and put up a little car place or whatever there, but it's not technically in our subdivision. And if you look like, just say McKay Road, Henderson Highway, there's a lot of stuff going on there. But when we're talking about a subdivision, you have houses, beautiful houses on each side of the street, and all of a sudden, why would this be allowed now where there's not, as to my intent, we've lived on the street, we built our house 31 years ago. I don't know of anyone else in this subdivision running a commercial business, whether it be cars or whatever. It is meant just for people to have beautiful houses and quietness and so forth, and I truly believe that's what it's all about. That's why people move outskirts, to get away from the busy city. But I feel a business is not something meant for our area.
Anything else?
I think that's it. Thank you,
No.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few more names here, so we'll just keep going down the list here. Greg Collicutt.
It's Greg Collicutt, 111 Bay Road. A lot of repetitive stuff here. I'm against the used car lot on Nicholas. First of all, I can't believe it's already planning, even entertaining the idea of a used car lot in the neighborhood, but then again, I shouldn't be surprised. This is a residential neighborhood, not industrial, commercial, or business district. Of course, they say there will only be a few cars, but we all know how things go. If they get the permit, they can do whatever they want. This RN won't stop them. You've seen this before, the 21 Boardwalk, the council allowed a second house to be built on the property. It still has people living there for the last 5 years, not paying property taxes. Also sharing one sewer line, both houses, and paying one fee. Unity's lot. This council has allowed this to go on, and they're doing nothing about it. If this used car lot is allowed, what next? This RN has made enough mistakes, let's not make another one.
Thank you for that, Greg. Okay, David Kane.
Got a list too. Where'd it go? Back pocket. Back pocket? My name is David Kane. I've lived on 120 Nicholas for 37 years. I just happened to be walking by 36 McKay Nicholas, and I seen a general application by Jennifer Watson and Giuseppe Salvago. Are they the people that own the house? Are they the ratepayers?
I believe that she is. But we can, no, this way please, Dave, we can ask her when she's coming back up here at the end of all the presentations.
So how long have they lived there? They've only been there 2 months, correct? If I'm not mistaken, they just moved in.
That is something we have to clarify with the owner.
Where did they previously live? We heard the grapevine you lived on Wallace Avenue, East St. Paul. Did you apply for the permit there and they turned you down? Lot across the street from where my wife and I live, 99 Nicholas, has got a bunch of diesel trucks in there. He's got containers and junk and garbage and both dead trees, and nothing has been done. We've phoned Tyler Freeman numerous times. We've talked to DPAC about it and everything. It's just a pigsty. Here we go, we'll go right back to the same thing. We have no policing in the area. The only time you see a cop is when they're chasing somebody at the wigwam for speeding. Point number 5, east end of Dunn Road. There's a car repair shop. That was a formerly, if I'm not mistaken, was that not zone 2 residential at one time, or is it still is? If you look on his lot, there's about 30 cars, 20 behind and all over the place. Is the RCMP going to set up a shop at the fire hall so we have more protection? Because we're going to be bringing in more people. Oh, that was already brought up. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, David Price.
I'm fine, thank you.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Okay, I have no more names on my list, but I know that there are a number of people in the audience here this evening, so I will just ask at this time if there is anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application. I am not seeing any hands be raised, so at this point in time, I will ask the applicant if they would like to come up, or if he would like to come up and, oh, sure. You can come up, but we're going to ask the planner a couple of questions before you come up. And you've heard what everybody had to say, so I do hope that you have some answers for some of the questions, but I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, and he has some questions for the planner.
Mr. Planner, I think there were some questions that were asked that were part of your presentation, so I just want to make sure that they're addressed. One of the questions that was brought up was, and it's been brought up, like why here and so forth. And, this application came forward because they applied for a business license.
That's correct.
So they applied for a business license, and when the business license was applied for, that's when it was discovered that they needed to meet specific zoning requirements, and they were then required to apply for this.
That's correct. The general process, as I understand it, is folks come to the municipality to get a business license, and the municipality confirms with our office if that type of business use is actually allowed on the property or not. It was identified as that it was not allowed on the property until they could get the subsequent approval from the council, which is why we're here.
And so the business license was intended mainly because they have dealer plates that they switch from car to car.
The business
That's
license,
why
yeah.
the business license was required by MPI from them to have a location, is that why?
Yeah, so 2 parts to that, I'll address it as 2 parts. I believe that when they fill out the business license, perhaps they might have used incorrect terminology, which is pretty common. I think they said car dealership, which is not really applicable to what's happening here. My understanding with MPI is that if you want a dealer's plate, it has to be attached to a property. So I understand that if you're now living here in this property, if you want to attach to this property, you have to get the the approvals from the local municipality to prove to MPI that you're actually allowed to have those. So,
So if they have a dealer plate, they have to have an address associated with that dealer plate.
that's my understanding, yes.
And the reason they have dealer plates is because they can use the dealer plate, put on different cars to be able to drive them.
That's correct. We've had other municipalities where folks have sought similar approvals, and it's usually one car at a time, transferring to the property.
So they did identify that they were in East St. Paul. So it would certainly, I think council can ask the applicant as to whether they have their licenses. Does East St. Paul require a business license?
I don't know off the top of my head. For residential properties, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine, I just wanted to verify. Does East St. Paul require the same kind of approvals for dealers as a home occupancy?
In some zones.
In some zones, so depending on the zone they were in,
Exactly.
would depend on that. So in this zone, as a residential zone, if you have a dealer's plate with an address, it doesn't matter whether you're a car dealer selling cars off of a lot or you're just having a dealer plate, you're requiring to have a conditional use.
Correct, yes. And the conditional use falls under the home industry category, which allows for a number of different things people could apply for. A car brokerage or something like that terminology is one of those things that are listed under the home industry.
And there were some comments made about mistakes of the past, which I would agree with. There's sometimes mistakes happen. We try to learn from those mistakes, and some mistakes of the past, such as allowing people to have accessory structures and not having a particular clause in there saying that it'll never be used for habitable space. The RM has corrected that, so we never allow any accessory structures now without specifically stating that it will not be used for habitable space. Correct, so we corrected that kind of error in the past, from the past. Can't always fix the past, but we can fix the future if we can. So I'm just asking for this, that was the statement. The question is, time limits. I think the applicant suggested time limits, so there was some questions regarding scope creep or car creep or whatever you want to call it. The amount of traffic, what kind of policing and what kind of compliance. As a conditional use, as this is a conditional use, can council, I know it's not in the recommendations, but can council make a time limit on a conditional use so that it comes back where residents have a chance to comment back as a way of making sure that the property is, and it can be reviewed on a regular basis? Is that a possibility in a conditional use?
Absolutely. So as council has seen, maybe members of the audience have seen the report that's been presented to council. There's 5 conditions, but that's not saying that council can't add additional conditions should they want to approve that. Limiting the number of vehicles, or I'll say unlicensed vehicles allowed on the property, hours of operation, how many folks or if folks come to the property, as well as when the conditional use might expire. We've seen that type of condition added in some of our other member municipalities, as well as with St. Clements, if I'm not mistaken, because sometimes these businesses operate as almost a business incubator. Let's see how it's doing after a couple of years. Come on back, make another application. If we've seen a number of complaints, you might not get the approval, or maybe you are successful. Well, that's fantastic. Now time to go find a commercially zoned site, something like that. So we have seen this council, as well as some other municipalities, put a time limit on these approvals. As well, I should note, just for council, I'm sure you're already aware, but just as a reminder, if at any time an applicant is not adhering to the conditions that you place on an approval, council has the right to pull that approval. So even if there's a time limit, you don't have to wait till the time limit to pull the approval if they're not adhering to those conditions that you've put forward. So I think that probably falls a bit of a follow-up on your questions.
No, that covers a couple of follow-up points. Thank you. You anticipated what I might be asking next. The last point that I have is if council puts in, I just want to understand when you said 3 cars, that was related with the bylaw that they're only allowed to have 3 cars visible, or that was what was requested of the applicant?
I think that's what I heard the applicant says is 3 or 4, but council can put limits on how many unlicensed vehicles associated with this home business can be on the property. Just like there's another suggestion that, storage and everything that's behind the house, can't be in the front, it's got to be fenced. You can add on all sorts of conditions if you want. If that works for the applicant, fantastic. If it doesn't work for the applicant, well, that's council's wishes.
So based on what the applicant said, council could say you're only allowed to have 3 cars at any given time outside, and if they don't abide by those conditions, council could cancel the conditional use, from what I understand. And if council put a time limit, it can be reviewed back in a year, 2 years, whatever council decides.
That's exactly right. And as council knows, if you do want to add in some additional conditions or have the discussions, I'm here to help craft that.
Okay, one last, I said it was last. One last question. Does council have the right to stop anybody from making an application?
No, that is a regular planning district. We're obligated under the Planning Act to take every application that is, I'll say, complete. And a complete application is essentially paying the fee, filling out the form. That's it.
So as a property right in Canada, anybody can make an application for anything. And the only thing is, if it abides by the rules, it'll come forward either for approval or they have inherited property rights.
That's exactly right. In Canada, everyone has the right to make an application, and as officers of municipalities, we're obligated to bring those forward for council to put forth the democratic process. Thank you.
I thought those are important, Madam Mayor, just to answer the questions for council.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward again, and if there's something that still needs to be answered, if you can answer those questions for us. And I guess the one that I would have, if you want to come forward, yeah, please. I guess my question is, first of all, how long have you lived on this property, or how long, is it in your name or is it in your mom's name?
It's in my mom.
And how long have you been there?
I believe about 4 or 5 months.
Okay, so quite recently then?
Yes.
Okay, I did have another one. How many, and I'm not sure if I can even ask this question, but you said you have dealer plates. How many dealer plates can you have as one person?
As one person as a dealer, I don't believe, to my knowledge, there is a limit.
Okay.
I myself carry, I carry 2 myself that are, technically 3, but one is never, it's at the dealership, or when I need it there as well.
Okay.
Is when I drive a vehicle there with someone, it's just an extra one if we have to pick up a vehicle somewhere else. So I do have 3, 2 are mainly, the only ones are when at the house, my father or myself are using, or my mother, but I don't have more.
Can I ask for clarification on that?
Sure, go right ahead.
So you identified 3 cars on your property that are there. So 2 of them have dealer plates and one has a regular plate?
Yes.
And do the cars inside the garages have any plates?
No.
So they don't have any plates, they're not registered, they're cars to renovate and then sell, but they don't. If you're gonna move any of them, you'd have to take a dealer plate off and put it on one of those cars?
Yes. That's why I also do have like a
third.
Yeah, just like in case needed.
Go ahead, Councilor Boulanger.
Madam Mayor. The current dealer plates you have right now, I'm not familiar with this, so educate me. Why can't MPI associate those dealer plates with your current address right now? Like, you've already got dealer plates, why? And I understand what they're saying is that you need an address attached to a dealer plate. You've already got 2 dealer plates. Why can't they associate those dealer plates with that current address?
They told me like they can't. That's what this approval's for. Once if the application does go through, and that I'd bring a letter to MPI, and they would be putting that address on, and then those dealer plates would be to that address. Does that answer?
The two you have would then be transferred to the current address you're at now?
Yes.
Okay.
Needs to meet zoning.
So.
If I could try to explain that, Counselor, from what I'm understanding, and if the planner or the applicant could correct. They moved from another location to this location. MPI requires them to have a property address tied to a dealer place.
Okay.
That property address is now in St. Clements. When he moved to St. Clements and went to do that, he's realized that he has to get a business license because he has a business in St. Clements. When he came for the business license, he was told he needs a conditional use to get the approval in order to have the business license. So he can't have the business license. Without the business license, he can have a plate. Am I correct on this?
Yes, you are.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant from members of council? I'm just trying to go through my notes here, and I think we've pretty much touched on all the questions that were, go right ahead. I know it did come up about children playing, if there was any signage that could be put up, and I think we don't have sidewalks there. So, I guess my comment was going to be is if this does get approved, we could certainly look at putting some signage up in the area. I know we do have in other areas where there's children playing. Go ahead, I think I've got everything now.
I've written some questions down from some of the individuals, and I want to make sure that they all get addressed.
Sure.
Okay, so, and one of the points was dealer plate, why another, why not? And I think we've answered the questions. I think why, what was the issue related with the dealer plates? And the other was why can't you use the space from another location? The point there is, and I just want to verify, you do not have any other location you can use. So your dealer plate requires an address, and this is the only address you have that
Yes.
you'll be associated with it, that's why.
Yes, that'll be the only one I will have is associated with that address.
Okay, we just want to verify that. There was questions regarding equipments, like you do when you're fixing up the cars and so forth.
I don't have a hoist. Like my mom said, the only really fixing we do is maybe change out winter tires. The classic car we touch up, like just the littlest things to just the interior fixing up. A little bit of small like a thermostat on the engine or something, but that's done in the garage just by like hand tools. We don't have any mechanic tools nor wood there. Little side thing, I know someone was saying how did know it's not gonna be like a safety shop or anything like that. That requires a whole new license, a whole nother thing, like we'd have to do this again, and I'm not looking to do that, nor can I. Because to get a safety thing and to turn it into a shop like that, any more work than changing little stuff in that, you need to get your red seal mechanics, you need to, there's a long process. I don't know the whole thing, just from what I know from other people.
Well, they'd have to certify your shop and then they'd be able to do that where it is.
Exactly, that as well. There's a big process to
So-
it.
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
So you'd be fine if the council passed a requirement, I don't know if council will, if they put in a requirement that no heavy equipment work would be done, maintenance work on cars?
No heavy.
Just location.
There won't be any heavy
Waypoints.
duties.
I understand you're saying you're not.
Oh.
For them to have this as a requirement, they can put that in as a condition? I don't know if they will or not, I'm just asking, would you be adverse to it?
Yeah, I would be completely fine with that.
You'd
Not
be
looking
fine
to do
with that?
anything like that in the future at all.
Okay. There, I covered the scope creep, so I just want to clarify, you are saying that there are no sales to occur on this property?
No, I moved the vehicles,
So
unless
even
it's
the
like
even the classic cars?
the classic cars, I do meet people with them. All the time there are, I want to say like my dad and my mom don't allow strangers and that, like, we live in East St. Paul. It's just like, by neighborhood, people are scared, they see this, that, oh, take that, come back later or something like that. We have like family friends that are big into cars, like they're collectors, like have 30, 40, 50 cars that they buy classic cars off us. That's mostly actually where they end up going. And besides family friends like that, no one like random post a thing on Kijiji, oh yeah, sure, here's the address, come take a look.
So would you be adverse to saying no sales to occur from the property?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, just checking. I just want to make sure, because I don't know what council will ask.
Yeah.
And so if I'm putting this in, I'm trying to make sure that I get all those questions answered based on the question. So the other point that was asked earlier, and I just want to verify, you had mentioned yourself, if I could come back in a month, like, could it be a trial period? I think you mentioned in your presentation.
Yeah.
So you're okay with being a trial period, like the council said that it was reviewed in a year? Like that's what I asked the planner, the question. Can it be a conditional use that's reviewed a year later, where it comes back to a public hearing?
Yes, I would be completely fine with that.
Okay. And I'm not going to address the point about security or any of those, because that's not something that can be as part of this, as far as I understand, Mr. Planner. I don't think we in enforcing having security cameras and so forth. Okay, I just wanted to, I don't think it can be, but so I'm not going to bring that up.
Those you could require, sorry to interrupt, is like just have secure fencing, but that's also already a requirement of your zoning bylaw. They won't have anything first.
So last question, I hope it is. Did you have permission in East St. Paul? Did you have your address identified with your dealer's license with MPI?
With that, because originally my business was like, I used to use like the words sole proprietor. That was tied to my personal name, which it showed the address of the house, but I never had to do anything with the RN. That's to my knowledge. I don't know. Like, this is my first time doing a hearing or anything.
Okay. That's all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councilor Corbus, I believe, had a
Yeah,
question.
he probably stole my question. But, so when you were in East St. Paul, there wasn't a requirement to have a business license in East St. Paul?
I was working with a friend at the time, where I had it with him, and my thing, like all my mail, my papers had my personal address on it, because it was sole proprietor, sole proprietor, sorry.
The address that was on those papers, was that the address that the house you lived in St. Paul?
On some of the papers, it was, but it also had like for insurance reasons, like the dealer plate. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit off topic, but it sort of mixes in, if that's okay. Like let's say if I have a dealer plate, let's say if I have one dealer plate, make it simpler. We have, let's say then there's 2 cars in the garage without a license plate, because that license plate is on my vehicle. If the address is tied to the dealer plate, those vehicles are insured, even though I have that one plate.
So this all triggered, if I could ask Derek, this all triggered when he applied for a business license?
Correct.
And a requirement of owning or having a dealer plate is that you have to have a place in the country. You can have a dealer plate, and your facility doesn't have to be in a compound or license, but you need a letter from the municipality for the dealer plate saying that this is your address and this is how you operate, because I'm unfamiliar with the dealer plate.
Yes, Like I was saying, I had a,
But in East St. Paul, you didn't have that.
I never had any issues, and I've had it, I said about 4 years. As soon as I turned 18, I actually got it on my birthday, July 30th. I got it, but like I was saying, I also had a friend with a location that I was working. It was like both locations. Like my address was, my old address was on everything basically, but he had a shop where.
So the dealer plate was associated with the shop?
Yes, but as the address as well. I don't know how to completely explain it, but
Okay.
it's associated with my address and like the shop backing it, sort of.
So NPI would have managed that?
Yes, NPI would manage that, yes. In some places, you don't need rural municipality to approve. Like I know a lot of people, like I guess farther down, like I think it's Oak Bank, like where my friend just moved, like one of my close friends that does the same thing, and he just went into the RM and they said yes, and then NPI, and then it was, and he got his license changed over the same day. So I'm not sure what the rules is with everywhere else. I just want to have to go through these steps right here.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just trying to put everything together here, and I was a bit remiss. There was one letter of concern forwarded to the municipality, and all members of council did get a copy of that, and I just wanted to make sure that that was in the record. And I guess the last thing I have is, how many cars might you have on the property at any given time?
On the property or in the yard, not shown, or just shown?
No, altogether, whether they're in the garage or on the yard, how many cars in total?
Like as my mom said, we roughly have 9 it was altogether. It wouldn't exceed that as there's no room for anything, and we don't jam stuff in the garage. It's single, like the classic cars just parked in, not all jammed up trying to make them fit. But we are looking to get rid of those and not have that many at once. It was just with the whole move thing we had.
But you're saying you're never going to have more than 3 outside?
Yes.
3 plus 3.
3 plus the 6 inside.
6 inside plus the 3 outside.
Well, they have 3 outside, and then they're gonna keep 3 outside, is that right?
Right now there's 2 with the dealer plates that like are, well, like I go, you know, if I'm there, right, if everyone was there right now at the
Okay,
house.
so no more than 3 cars outside at any given time?
I put in the thing 3 to 4 roughly, just ever in case I was just getting ready to go somewhere with. Getting ready to drop off a vehicle somewhere.
Okay, Councilor Belzer, would you go ahead?
So you have the 3 plates in your name right now?
Yes.
Okay. Does your mother or your father register?
Council. I think that you can take your seat, and I'll see if council wants to move this forward.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. I know how someone said about security cameras and that. I know you said it's not.
Something we can impose.
Yeah, I do, just for input to maybe make some, whoever required about it feel better, that we do have, I think it's about 15 cameras with motion sensors that we get notifications to our phone. So, just for, I think it's like 12. 5? Oh, 5, and then the motion sensor. Oh, well, there's some inside the buildings as well.
Okay.
There's some inside, that's what, yeah. But there's like 5 outside, and then there's some in the building, in every building.
2025, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what is the wish of council? Move forward? I'm not seeing too much motion here, so. Okay, so the first thing we need then is a resolution to come out of the conditional use hearing.
Resolved that the public hearing for conditional use 24/2025 be closed in the regular session of council.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Horwath, Councilor Boulanger seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, what is the wish of council? Are you prepared to move, bring this application forward?
Yep.
Are we gonna change some of the conditions?
Yep.
We could, so perhaps we can look at the resolution and,
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Derek, if you turn yours off, and then I'll bring ours up and bring up the resolution. So the resolution right now is based on what planning has provided, the 5 conditions. So the conditional use is limited, what has been presented in this application. Applicant obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning Municipality. Applicant obtains business licenses. As per our bylaw, applicant would pay outstanding taxes, fines and fees. And then outside storage allowed as part of the home industry subject to the following. The storage shall be located to the rear of the line, adjacent to and parallel with the front wall of wood. The storage area shall be fenced or screened from public view to the satisfaction of council, entering into a development agreement. So requiring a development agreement as per bylaw 13. And then the approval shall expire if not acted upon in 12 months. So is there any other items
Yep.
the council would like to add?
go ahead, Councilor Boulanger.
Is someone gonna write these down, or?
Yes,
Yes.
both Heather and I will try.
Another item would be no sales on property. Only 2 vehicles at a time for sale. Review after 1 year, conditional use.
So only 2 vehicles at a time for sale?
Yep.
Yeah, well, ones that are their plate, right? So. Registered.
Review after 1 year. And no heavy work or no work being conducted on the property.
When you say the 2 vehicles, that's, I think he had originally had on his sketch that there were 3 outside, so you want to limit that to 2,
Yep.
not 3?
He's got 2 dealer plates, so 2 vehicles.
Okay.
He has 3 dealer plates, but one's just outside. And I think what he mentioned was that he might have
3
one.
or 4 vehicles, he said.
So you're saying that's what it would be. Gets council to decide on that. What was the 4th one, sorry, again? Fourth
No
item?
heavy,
No heavy work or, repair or late night working or noise or.
Okay. Hours of operation?
Whatever council feels is appropriate.
but he's not doing really anything
No.
from that property, so how
No.
can you do hours of operation?
Yeah, there's nothing that we.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to the point, if you're not allowing for customers or sales to take place on the property, then
What's
hours
the
of
same
operation is
thing?
great. In terms of the review after 1 year, what our office would suggest, if you break down a review after 1 year, all that means is that council's obligated to have a look at this. But if you say that the approval will expire after 1 year or 2 years or what the date is, that means that the applicant, if they want to continue this, will have to make a new application, triggering a new public hearing and a very formal review by yourselves and input from the public. So I just want to make that distinction. I'm not sure which council is going for.
And I'm gonna ask the question this way, what you're saying is if we review it in 1 year and we find that he's done numerous things incorrectly, we can kibosh it right then and there.
You can, but I would also say that council is able to review these applications at any given time.
Right.
Right? So if after 3 months you find out that you're not adhering to all of your conditions, you don't have to wait for a year.
Right, right.
So just making the distinction, some of our other councils prefer one or the other. There's no right or wrong, just your preference.
Okay.
So just for clarification, sometimes when you have a specific review period, that gives neighbors and others an opportunity to put that as a date that they'll come to council to make sure, like in a year, that it's going to be officially reviewed.
Yes, so long as everyone's under the impression that there's no public hearing.
There's no public hearing,
Yeah,
it's just,
that's the only distinction.
but they can still come and present at that review.
I don't see how.
So all it would be just a public hearing, so you'd have to look expiring.
What would be a review?
It would be a review, it would be an internal discussion amongst council, so there'd be no public input on that. I would say you could even have someone come speak as a delegation on a review, because it's an item that required a public hearing originally. The time for people to give input is at the public hearing. So that's why I'm just making that distinction. Some of our councils are okay with that, and some of them want to say, no, we want a full-blown review of council, of staff, of the public. That's why they say the whole thing expires after X amount of months.
So it could be a review based on the number of complaints received.
Something like that, yeah.
So after 4 months, if you get a whole bunch of complaints about this or whatever, or 6 months or whatever, then we would have a meeting internally, and if we had to follow up and somebody went and say, he's got 10 cars in his yard and he's working day and night or whatever, then at that time, we could just pull it and then it's over then. There would be no hearing or anything like that. Yeah. Just give it a chance and it's.
Yeah, like I said before, Councillor, if they don't adhere to one of your conditions, then we will. And some of our councils also have other municipalities that said, shall be reviewed in, we'll use a year for an example, or sooner as deemed by council, if something comes up.
So what's the wish of council? I think Councilor Boulanger laid out 4 additional items to add, so we've added those. And I'll just refresh my screen here. So we've added in item number 6, applicant owner to have no sales of vehicles on property. Applicant owner to have no more than 2 vehicles on site with dealer plates. And applicant owner to not utilize heavy equipment to fix or restore vehicles. And the applicant owner, the application to be reviewed after 1 year or sooner if deemed by council. Is that your intent, or you want something else?
Yeah, I would just put the word in after deemed necessary. Deemed necessary by council.
I'll read it that section.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let me read the entire resolution, and then we'll council wants to vote. So whereas the applicant or owner of tax roll number 34793 of property legally described as lot 6, block 3, plan 14797, and located at 36 Nicholas Street, has made application. Yeah. Is there an issue with this being an applicant owner when it's the owner of the property is really the mother?
No, if you say applicant owner, that's fine.
That's fine. That was a question, so just a quick question, Derek, to get to that. According to the last one with the review, so you're saying council in the review can cancel the conditional use? Do they need to have reasons to be able to cancel the conditional use?
Yes. Yeah, the
We
reasons.
haven't identified the reasons for them to be able to cancel that conditional use.
So what has happened with, in the past, in other scenarios, is councils will list out a number of conditions as you put in place. And if through typically bylaw complaints, it's found out that I'll use an example. You limited hours of operation for a business, not to go past 5 o'clock and Monday to Friday, and the bylaw enforcement officers went on the property for complaints and found out, yeah, they're operating a business on Saturdays, kind of thing. That's usually provided council some sort of level form, and then based on that, council can say, we have the formal paper and complaints,
So these would
and
be
they're
the
not adhering
conditions.
to that condition number, whatever it is, based on that, it's then pulled. If that comes to that point, we can help council walk you through those resolutions and that process.
I'll start again, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
I promise I won't ask any more questions. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 34793 property legally described as Lot 6, Block 3, Plan 14797, and located at 36 Nicholas Street, has made application for conditional use 24 of 2025 in order to allow a home industry used car dealership in rural residential zone. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application number 24 of 2025 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the conditional use is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require a new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner obtained a business license from the Army of St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17 of 1996. 4, applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, fines, or fees to the Army of St. Clements. 5, outside storage allowed as part of the home industry subject to the following conditions. The storage shall be located to the rear of the line adjacent to and parallel with the front wall of the building. 2, the storage area shall be fenced or screened from public view to the satisfaction of council and entering into a development agreement with the Army of St. Clements if required, bylaw 13 of 2017. And 6, applicant order to have no sales of vehicles on property. 7, applicant order to have no more than 2 vehicles on site with dealer plates. 8, applicant order to not utilize heavy equipment to fix or restore vehicles. 9, the application to be reviewed after 1 year or sooner if deemed necessary by council. And finally, approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gazarowicz, can I have a second, please? Councillor Boulanger, any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you all for your patience this evening. It took a little longer than normal, but we've gotten through it.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor. Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open on conditional use 25 of 2025.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horvath, second, please. Councillor Strang. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I will turn it over to the planner for his comments on this.
Thank you, ma'am. As you noted, this is conditional use 25 of 2025. It's for a property located at PDH 59 Road 88 North. The applicant's looking to obtain a conditional approval in order to continue the operation of a milling type of operation for wood. I believe this came to the attention of the municipality in the River Planning District through a bylaw enforcement complaint. Here's the subject property you can see on the screen in front of you. The subject property is about 66 acres in size and is zoned as a 880 agricultural zone. Here's the applicant site plan, which shows the existing buildings. It's a little fuzzy on the screen in front of you, sorry about that, which outlines the buildings that they have for the milling operation. Should council wish to approve this, there are 5 conditions. The first 2 are the standard conditions that the conditional use is limited to what's been presented in the application. As any changes would require a new approval, that the applicant owner obtain all required permits from the municipality as well as the planning district if required, that the applicant owner obtain an annual business license from the municipality in accordance with your local bylaws, to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees, and the applicant to address any concerns that Manitoba Infrastructure and Transportation require. Sort 7. Number 6, that the applicant owner to be in compliance with table 12 of the zoning bylaw, which is the animal unit summary table, and number 7, that the applicant will require all permits from Manitoba Infrastructure and Transportation if required. That's just because it's next to a heating district, so sometimes it requires a matter of process just to get permits for it. So that's all I have on this, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Questions to the planner from members of council on this one? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody having any questions, so I'm going to ask if the applicant is in the audience this evening.
So I've been authorized to speak on behalf of my parents there.
Okay.
So I'm the son of them.
Okay, and your name is?
Lucas.
Lucas.
Yeah, and I signed the.
You signed the sheet?
Yeah, I signed the
Okay.
sheet, yeah.
Thank you.
So essentially, you're going out there, Eco Farm, and then they also own a property on Parkside Drive, where they do operate a mobile operation, and that is a commercial property. Out on Road 88, their plan is to, right now, they currently have about 300 chickens, 200 ducks, a couple of pigs, and they're growing out their Eco Farm. But in the process, what they're doing is they're bringing in logs to build that out. And also, they also have a boiler where they're gonna require wood chips to burn about maybe 100 tons a year, so that they can grow their farm. We're gonna be bringing maybe 10 loads a year of logs. And right off the highway, not really going into gravel roads there. Not much I could really say. I don't know if there are any questions or concerns about this.
There may be some questions, so if you have no more to add at this point in time, I'll just see if council has any questions on this application. Go ahead, Councilor Bazarowicz.
So are you gonna keep your mill going on Parkside? Not moving it?
Well, it's moved right now because they're using it, but it's a movable mill. It can be
Okay,
moved.
but I mean, are you still gonna?
Yeah,
operate
it's still
this?
gonna operate there, yeah, yeah. 'Cause it's still like a business is there, right?
Yeah.
The shop is there and everything, so they have their machines there. It's just a mill, it's a pullable mill. So it's gonna be going most likely back there soon, so,
Okay.
yeah. Yes.
So all those buildings that were built here, is that built with rough lumber that you guys milled there, or is that building package?
Plain, no, or,
Sure.
yeah, but plain lumber.
And all those buildings, what are they gonna be used?
Well, yeah, right now, most of the buildings are not even done, so we got stopped, I guess. So we're not allowed to do anything right now. But the one building that's done is where we had the mill to mill the lumber for all the other buildings. So right now, it's shelter, but like I said, about 300 chickens now, 200 ducks. But we're gonna be with pellet feeds and stuff in there, and all kinds of stuff like that in there, like for farming. We got 2 tractors, and but we're gonna grow it out, but so far we didn't get that far.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. So how many buildings do you have on the property at Road 88 now?
So there is one building that's finished, 2 smaller buildings that they have a permit but not finished, and then a greenhouse that's about 280 square feet, I believe, and a chicken coop that's about another 300 square feet, and then electrical roof that's under 120 square feet, a water building that's under 120 square feet, and also one building that we move around as we build, that is for keeping it's a big lot, so you have to have something to keep the materials in, right? Instead of carrying it all to the shop.
Right.
So that eventually I'm gonna get a building for that as well. We're gonna get a building permit when we know where it goes for that as well. But everything else has building permits.
Okay, and I guess my other question would be is, I know you said you have the property on Parkside Drive, but what do you have on that property now? On Parkside Drive?
The business,
What business is it?
it woodworking business. And we've been here years ago.
Right, right. Do you
Yeah.
live on the property at Parkside
Yes.
Drive? At Parkside
Yeah,
Drive?
yeah.
That's your residence?
Yeah, yeah.
So on the property on Road 88, there is no residence there and
No.
nobody lives there?
No.
Okay. I guess my other question would be, is at some point in time, would you be building a residence on the property on Road 88?
Maybe possibly, depending on
Yeah,
how
okay.
everything goes, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm pretty sure it's prohibited to be able to build a house in that property.
Well, I don't know if it would be prohibited, but there probably would be some sort of rules that you would have to follow. I'm not sure what the zoning is on it, and that kind of leads me. Yeah, and that kind of leads me to my next question.
Yeah.
With the number of fowl that you have there,
Okay,
I'm not sure if you're allowed to have that many in our zoning bylaw.
the main buildings?
No, the chickens and ducks that you said you have on the property.
I'm pretty sure from what I understood from the Red River Time District, you're allowed,
Okay,
from when I talked to Christine.
okay. Derek, could you maybe,
It has to do with animal units.
Right.
Madam Mayor, which is a calculation of how much manure essentially an animal makes. Obviously, horse is going to make more than a chicken.
yes.
I guess it depends what you feed the chicken, maybe. So we
So
have to
there's
do a
no-
calculation.
So there's no limit on the number of fowl they can
No, I
have
couldn't
there?
tell you
It's
a
based on
specific
the
number, yeah.
animal units?
I would understand it was cattle and stuff, 'cause cattle,
Right,
you know,
and
have a
that
certain
is what
amount.
the planner said.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not, I wouldn't say, you know, for almost a 70-acre lot, 300 chickens is not that much. I don't know.
I don't know. It seems like an awful
We're
lot to
only a
us
little bit
here.
in the friend, we're only a bit in the friend of the lot, we still have a whole,
Right, yes, you
we
still
still
have a
whole-
lot to
a lot to
to
discover there.
decide. Yeah.
We
Does
haven't,
anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, anything from you at this point in time? Okay, I have nobody listed here on my sheet that was wanting to speak on this application, but there are a few people in the audience, so I will ask if there's anybody here who wish to speak on conditional use number 25 of 2025. Okay,
oh, stuff.
yeah, thank you. If you just want to come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Walter Crook. I'm at 88080 Road 34 East. The property is directly adjacent, north of the property in question. I guess my question is, I'm a little confused on the application. There's a milling operation going on there right now. And from what I've seen, I don't have any issue with the milling operation. But if it doesn't meet the standard, then the question is it going to be turned to manufacturing? And if that's the case, what environmental issues would arise from that? And what protections are going to be in place for that? Especially if it's a mill, a lumber milling operation per se. Whether they're putting on a finished product or it's painted, and all the environmental issues that go along with that. Now, I'm not clear on that, and now I'm hearing that it's going to be into livestock. So is it going to be agricultural, or is it going to be manufacturing? And where does it fall in there? And like I said, from what I've seen on the forestry side of it, or the milling side of it, I don't have any issue from it. I haven't heard any noise, as if it stays the same. And there's properties that are a little closer to me than that. So I mean, as far as that goes, it's just, I'd like clarification on how is it going to be going forward, and what protections will the residents in the area have? That's all.
Okay, we'll see what we can come up with.
Okay.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application then? And Derek, maybe you could give us a bit of clarification on if there's, and if there's a change in use, I guess.
Sure, so the topic here tonight on this application is just about the In terms of animal units, that's something we need to calculate, but if you have over 250 animal units, it's then a conditional use. That would also trigger a different process where it becomes an intensive livestock operation, and the province gets involved with a technical advisory committee and that sort of thing.
Over 250 animal units?
Yeah, yeah. But just
A
to
duck
give you,
would translate, 100 ducks translates to 1 animal unit.
I was just gonna say, yeah, so if we're talking about, depending on the type of chicken or turkeys or ducks or whatever it is, if it's chickens for eggs, yeah, 100 of those makes 1 animal units, and 250 animal units is the trigger point, so.
I'd say there's a lot of food that comes from 100 ducks,
Okay, and I guess the neighbor was asking about, like, if they decide to have it more of a commercial operation, then what is the process if they want to change that?
So this application is a little bit kind of tricky, because what I would say is that the milling operation is really a manufacturing type of a use. You're taking a raw product and you're making it into something else. That's an industrial type of a use. That kind of use isn't listed in the agricultural zone. However, they've noted that this is somewhat associated with their agricultural type of operation. So it's coming to you as any other agricultural use not listed. That's what you're considering it under. If they then wanted to do something that is, I'll say, just completely fabricating wood product to take off-site, not to be part of the farm, if that's the trigger point, then I'd say that would be that wouldn't be allowed. You'd have to find an industrial type of a zone for that specific kind of use. I think the fact that it's somehow connected to a agricultural type of a use that they're doing on the property is why it's coming to you in this fashion. Similar to the last application, if council wants to put some limitations through conditions to make it abundantly clear what council is okay and not okay with, you can do that for sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
I guess I'm going to take that question a step further. If you take a look at what the applicant has submitted, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, it says that they are not going to be selling lumber from the site. My question is, one of the recommended conditions is the requirement of a business license. Why would they need one if they're not selling?
Oh, sorry. Yes, certainly an issue that was discussed at our offices here as a report was done by myself. The word that I got was because it was a milling operation was a violation. So I put the clause for business licensing.
So you could say if required.
Go ahead, Councillor Vazarovich.
Yeah, I don't know if they practice that. But my understanding was this was just for own use. You're gonna make your buildings and you're taking your build back.
Yeah, eventually, we still have a few buildings want to do permits
So
for.
it's just for own use.
But also like the wood chip process though, right? We're gonna still be doing that from waste or, so.
But not for sale.
No, nothing's for sale. Nobody, there's only gonna be them going to that lot.
Thank you.
For clarification, I guess we have to ask the applicant to come back.
Yeah, do you want to just come forward again, please?
So for clarification, you're saying that you're not selling any products?
No.
That you're not going to mill any products and sell them elsewhere
No,
from this site?
no, not, we
Is
have
that what we allow
another,
you to
we
do?
have another operation that, we
Yeah,
have a
that's why I
commercial
was
lot.
asking.
Yeah, that's where we have all our machines set up and everything and that's how
So your intent is not to ever
No.
produce anything here
No.
that would be taken elsewhere?
except the wood chip that we will use on that property.
On property?
On the
that you're-
property,
oh,
yeah.
But then that's for your own use?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just wanted to verify if that's something Council might want to address.
Okay, I'm gonna ask once more if there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application.
Excuse me, so you're making wood chips there to burn in the boiler. What does the boiler heat those buildings?
Well, it's one building for now, but
Oh,
if you
okay.
want to add, it's outside one.
Yeah, yeah, I've
It's
seen
pretty
it.
big.
I've seen it.
Yeah, so that's what it's, probably for 100,000 square feet, so it's gonna, I'm not saying we're gonna build 100,000 square feet of buildings, but it's gonna require quite a bit of wood chips.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I said mention the 10 volts of logs, because we won't need it for that, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see any hands go up, but I will ask one more time if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this application. It doesn't appear that there is, and if council's ready to deal with it, I will ask for a resolution to come out of the conditional use board.
Okay, conditional use 25 or 26? Resolved that the public hearing for conditional use 25 of 2025 be closed, and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Mover, please, Councillor Strang, second, Councillor Bazarowicz. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried. And if council's ready to deal with it, I will ask for a resolution to move this one forward.
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 537950 of property legally described as Northwest 22-15.6E and located at Road 88 North, has made application for conditional use 2025 to establish a wood building operation for the storage of wood in order to allow for land use to be continued on the subject property. Livestock will also be on the property in the A80 agricultural general zone. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application number 25 of 2025 be approved with the following. The conditional use is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes in place or additions required approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality. If required. 3, applicant owner to obtain a business license from the Arm of St. Clements in accordance. Applicant owner to obtain a business license if required from the Arm of St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17 of 1996. Or if required. Applicant owner to pay an outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the Arm of St. Clements. 5, applicant owner to address any concerns of Manitoba infrastructure and transportation may require. 6, applicant owner to be in compliance with table 12 of the animal unit summary table. 7, applicant owner to acquire all permits from Manitoba infrastructure and transportation if required. Is there any other items that council wish to add?
Well, if it's just for farm, why would Manitoba infrastructure have to be involved in this?
Within the highway zone, within highway
Control zone.
Control zone, thank you.
For the farm?
Yeah, if you look at the
Buildings are-
structures and where they're located according to the red line on the map, they're all within the highway corridor, control area, so they definitely require them.
Okay, anything else?
And then approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of meeting.
Thank you. Madam Mover, please. Councillor Strang, second, Councillor Warvis. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving along to conditional use number 26 of 2025. So I can have a resolution, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned on public hearing be open for conditional use 26 of 2025.
Madam Mover, please.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just noticed that conditional use 26 and variance 61 are the same property.
Right.
If you want, you can have a combined hearing. You can discuss it all in one shot, it might be more efficient. And then you close the hearing and make two separate resolutions.
Sure, that would work too.
Okay, so we should open the hearing for the variance at the same time?
Yeah.
So we open the hearing for the public hearing. Was that voted on?
So, the other one.
What is the variation number, Derek?
It's variation 61.
Funding.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 61 of 2025.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strange, second. Councillor Spicer, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll go
so-
through both those applications at the same time. It'll take a few minutes. I know you've been sitting here all day talking about
That would be,
efficiency.
yeah.
So these two applications are located at 30 Clover Place. The conditional use is brought forward as a contractor's establishment. The applicant is proposing to establish a woodworking shop. My understanding is making cabinets and the like, and installations, that sort of thing. Here's the subject property outlined in black there. You can see it's in a residential neighborhood, and the property is about 4 acres in size. Here's just a site plan showing, sorry, this was a bit fuzzy as well on the screen, showing the proposed shop where the home-based business would be operating out of. In relation to the variance in that shop there, the applicant is requesting to build a 40 by 60 shop for the woodworking little business there. So they need a variance to go from 1280 square feet to 2400 square feet, as well as to increase the maximum allowed number of buildings on the properties from 2 to 6. Just once again, the site plan showing some existing buildings there. So just bringing a bunch of things all into conformance for the applicants. Should council approve these, there are some conditions related to the conditional use. It's just the two standard condition. Oh no, sorry, there's more than that. The standard conditions that the conditional use, as well as the variance, is limited to what's been proposed, that we obtain all required permits, that the applicant pay any outstanding taxes, fees, fines applicable to the municipality, as well as obtain a business license from the municipality. And related to the variance, it's it's the exact same conditions there. So that's all I have on this, Madam Chair. If you have any questions, then I'll try and answer those.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council to the planner? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Have you anything that you would like to add to your application this evening?
Yes.
If you want to just come forward, please.
So I'm Florian Kaepernick, and I'm looking through the Clover Place, and like most of it he said already.
Okay.
But my plan is just to kind of like to do a lot of work for builders, and there's a lot of more and more custom woodwork going in right now. So that's I need a spot kind of where to prep all that stuff. That's the plan now, to just build that shop and just use the shop to prepare stuff and then install it on site. So I'll be working in the shop, let's say like 40%, no, it's not like a full time, I'll be in there, it's like 40% of the time I'll be there, and mostly installing after it's prepared. And it's just gonna be me working in there, and then yeah, it's like just standard business hours from 8 till 4. And that's all I have there.
Okay, questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Boulanger.
I'm not sure where Colbert is.
Clover Place?
Yeah.
I was trying to look at a map too, so.
What's that?
It's in the Goodman development.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which one?
In
The Goodman
Goodman's.
Development.
Oh, Goodman.
That's 4 acre lots.
Yeah, that is 4 acres. Oh, thank you, Derek.
There you go.
Is there any good businesses in Goodman lots?
Yes,
Yeah, there's a few.
there's a few there.
Derek, my site's not so good. Can you point
Want
us
to
which
zoom back
lot
in?
it is?
Kind of show you the broader,
Okay,
There it
sounds
is.
good.
number 30.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for the applicant or the planner? I think you're good. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Spicer.
I'm gonna jump to conditional use first. So hours of operation says 8 to 4:30. I'm assuming you're not working weekends?
No.
Okay. Good man. Second is on the variation. 6 accessory buildings. Can you just describe what the uses of all these buildings are?
Yes, I can. So one of them is playground. They counted as well, which I didn't know.
Okay.
A playground?
Yeah, that's what they told me. So then there is one, like, all of them didn't need a permit under 120 square feet. So one of them is for a chicken barn, and then the other one is just like a tarp shed. And then the other one is just like a storage for just a little bit of hay for the chickens and stuff like that. And then one more is just for outdoor sauna, which is not done yet, but it's just the building is just there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have anything? Okay, if there's any questions, we'll have to call you back up, but I think you're good for now, thank you. Again, I don't have anybody on my list, but I am going to ask, there are still a few people in the audience, and is there anybody who wishes to speak on this application? I'm not seeing anybody, so if council is ready to deal with it, I think we can close both the public hearings for the conditional use and the variation and deal with them.
This is 26. Resolved that the public hearing for conditional use 26 and variation 61 of 2025 be closed and a regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Boulanger, Councilor Spicer seconds. Any discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so, I don't know if you want to do the conditional use or the...
Yeah, I can do the conditional use first.
Okay.
Do you want to see the resolution right there?
No, it's okay, I can find it here. So
I'll bring it up. It's okay.
I can't see it.
Okay, so that's just as hard. Whereas the applicant owner, I think it's bigger behind you, Madam Chair. Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 312726, property legally described as lot 7, block 2, plan 54308, and located at 30 Colbert Place, has made application for conditional use 26 to 2025 in order to allow for a contractor's establishment woodworking shop in the AR agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved, conditional use application number 26 to 2025 be approved with the following conditions. This conditional use, number 1, is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions will require new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay for any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the Army St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to obtain a business license from the Army St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17 of 1996, or bylaw 17-96. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months from the date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councilor Spicer, Councilor Bazarowicz seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried.
Next is
Okay,
the
moving on to the
variation.
variation.
Oops, Whereas the applicant owner tax roll number 312726 legally described as lot 7, block 2, plan 54308 and located at 30 Corporate Place has made an application for variation order number 61 of 2025 from accessory unit area of 1,280 square feet to accessory unit area of 2,400 square feet, from number of accessory buildings 2 to a number of accessory buildings 6. Purpose to increasing the unit area of an accessory building to be constructed on subject property and to increase the number of accessory buildings on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 61 of 2025 be approved with the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions would require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner obtain a business license from the Arm of St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17-96. 4, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the Arm of St. Clements, and then approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Okay. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, so we're moving on to variation 68 of 2025, Jorgensen.
So resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 68 of 2025.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gazarovich, Councillor Horwath seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we'll turn it over to you, Derek, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is, as you noted, variance number 68 of 2025. It's for the property located at 4680 Rolling Road. The purpose is to reduce the side yard setback of the north side yard from 25 feet down to 14 feet in order to facilitate the construction of a new building. Here's the property outlined in black there. You can see it's in the middle of some other commercial businesses. The property is zoned general industrial, is just a hair under 3.5 acres in size and about 100 feet in width. I understand the applicant is wishing to establish a roofing business, and is chosen the location of the new 40 by 100 square foot, or 40 by 100 office warehouse and building in order to facilitate some better circulation flow of vehicles. It's also my understanding that the property owner, business owner is a pretty stand-up citizen. The applicant, you might want to ask him a few questions to make sure he can be trusted. So, that's all I have on this matter, Madam Mayor. It's just subject to 5 conditions that are listed in your document. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that, Derek. Any questions from the planner, from members of council? The applicant, I'm taking it, is in the audience this evening. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to your application at this point?
Just to counter what he just said. It's nice to be here with you guys, and thank you for having us.
All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this application? I don't have anybody on my list, but there's still a few people sitting in the gallery, so I'd like to ask if there is anybody. Does it appear that anybody wants to speak on this one? So if we can close it off and we'll move it forward.
Madam Mayor, we do have a letter of support.
Yes, there is the one letter.
From a couple of folks. I think we have this in your package.
Yes, we did have it in our package.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 68 be closed and the regular 68-2025 be closed and a regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horwath, second, please. Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so moving on, the next one we have on our docket is...
sorry, Madam Mayor, we still have to close the resolution.
Sorry. Yes, I'm getting really ahead of myself.
Yeah, I know the shock of the applicant.
It's been a long day. Council's been here since 2
Yeah, we've been
o'clock.
here since 2, so it's been a long day. Go ahead.
Whereas the applicant owner of tax roll number 460120, legally described as lot 2, plan 64999, and located at 4680 Ranelagh Road, has made application for variation order number 68 of 2025 from side yard setback 25 feet, side yard setback 14 feet. Purpose to reduce the side yard in order to allow for the construction of a new office and shop on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved variation order 68 of 2025 be approved with the following conditions. 1, variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions require new variance approval. 2, applicant will obtain all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm of St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to obtain lot grade permit from the Arm of St. Clements for the construction of the building. 5, applicant owner to obtain a business license from the Arm of St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17-96, and approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, Counselor Bazarowicz, seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Now we can move on to variation 69 of 2025. And I will hand it over to Deepak to take us to the variation board, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 69-2025.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, Counselor Bazarowicz, seconds. All in favor, opposed, carried. And I'll turn it over to Derek to walk us through this one.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a property located at 36156 on Provincial Road 319. The purpose is to allow for an existing building to be used as an accessory prior to a single-family dwelling. Here is the subject property. It's quite a large property, just under 26 acres in size, zoned as seasonal residential. And here is a site plan showing what the applicant intends. My understanding is that there's an existing old house there. They want to make this into an accessory building and keeping all the property prior to building a new structure. I think we've come across this issue before. People want something there to keep materials and equipment secure. So that's what the applicant is proposing. Council does want to approve this. There are 8 conditions that have been suggested. The first 2 are the standard ones, that the variance is limited to what's been presented and to obtain all required permits and approvals. The third is that the use of the accessory building is for personal use only. Number 4, the accessory building is not to be used for habitable space, you can't live in it. The applicant owner is to construct a single-family dwelling within 2 years of approval, or this approval. Number 6, the applicant owner paying the outstanding taxes, fees, fines to the municipality. The applicant owner, number 7, to receive any required permits for access onto PR 319 if required from the province, as well as the applicant owner, under number 8, to apply for a culvert permit with the municipality. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council to the plan?
Sorry. There's one miss here that's quite important. Applicant owner to meet recommendations from water management, planning, and standards that construction of a permanent structure on the subdivision should only occur on the lands above or raised to the flood protection level of 723.7. That was a late comment that came in by the province due to flooding situation in that area.
Okay, so there is another condition that is what you're saying.
I believe it's on.
It's made available for the resolution for council.
Okay. Is the applicant in the audience? Do you have anything that you want to add to your application at this point? Come on up, yep.
A couple things. I do have some letters of support from my neighboring properties and other constituents of the municipality. If I can provide those to you, or?
Yeah, if you could just provide them to us. We don't, I know we do have one that came in here. We do have a letter of support from Brasseurs.
Okay. And another thing, it said on the scope of the application that there was to be a culvert permit. I had already got a culvert permit approved in 2021 for access to Road 37.
To Road 37 rather than 319?
So I do have a secondary access already.
Okay. Do you still need the access to the one on 319, or is the one on 37 sufficient?
37 would be for the proposed structure.
I think he's using both. You're going to use both, and you've already have the approval if it does. Then even if the condition's there, it's going to be moot.
Right.
It's already been addressed.
Other than that, yeah, I want to build a new modern home to my start family. You know, I have a young man that not sitting in my aunt's in the audience here. That's the shared tenant of the property, so she needs help, I guess. able to keep her in the community and close to family, and I want to build on my own family, so.
I've known her for many years.
Yeah, any questions or concerns?
Yeah. I don't know any questions for the applicant from council. No, not at this point, and I'm not sure there still are a couple of people in the audience, so I'm just wondering if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this application. Okay, you can have a seat, and with that, if there's nobody else that wants to speak on this one, I'm going to ask to come out of the variation board and see if we can move this one forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 69 of 2025 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second. Councillor Pasarowicz. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we have a resolution to move this one forward.
Whereas owner of tax roll number 636-500 be described as lot 11-or/12, land 19336, and located at 36156 PR 319, has made application for variation order number 69 of 2025 from construction prior principal building, change use of existing building to accessory building. Purpose to change the use of an existing building in order to allow for the construction of a single-family dwelling on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, quote, variation order 69 of 2025 be approved with the following conditions. The variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions will require a new variance approval. 2, applicant order obtains all required permits in the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant order use the accessory building for personal use only. 4, accessory building is not to be used as habitable space. 5, applicant order to construct single-family dwelling within 2 years. 6, applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm St. Clement. 7, applicant owner to receive any required permits for access to PR 319 if required. 8, applicant order to apply for a culvert permit with the Arm St. Clements. 9, applicant order to meet the recommendations from the water management planning and standards that construction of the permanent structure on this subdivision shall only occur on lands above or raised to the flood protection level of 220.58 meters, 723.7 feet. CGVD 28. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of any rate.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbis, second. Councillor Strang. Any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we are getting nearer to the end of our planning for this evening, so we are on combined subdivision and variation. The variation is number 62 of 2025 in the name of Vandel. And subdivision S253108 is in the name of McGowan Russell Group Inc. So with that, I will ask for a resolution to move into variation, please.
It's actually
Sorry.
if not,
Yeah, we still have, we're at 16.1, Madam Mayor. So we still have subdivision and variation. So what we have is a subdivision that's not a public hearing, but the variation is associated with it. So we're doing those two together.
That's not on my list. Okay, so let's move into that one then.
Go ahead, Derek. There's no opening of a public hearing on that part.
Okay, perfect, yeah, so there's no public hearing for the subdivision portion, but there will be next for the variance, so. This is for a property located at 4967 Rebec Road. The applicant wishes to create 2 lots in the agriculture restricted zone. Here you can see the subject property outlined in black. It's one of these old through lots, river lots that has frontage in both Rebec and Raleigh. Here's the applicant's subdivision map showing the 2 new lots with frontage on either streets. The subject lands will be about 2 acres in size with the existing 66-foot width those are not in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So go back to this. So as council is aware, the litmus test for approving a subdivision is that it has to adhere to the development plan, zoning bylaw, subdivision regulations and such. In this area, the subject property is designated as agriculture restricted, which has a 4-acre minimum lot size. However, in this area, this is one of those infill areas in South St. Clements, where so long as you are in character of what's been approved previously, then you can go for a smaller lot size. So there are smaller lots along here, where people have split their lot in half, so they have frontage on Rebecca and another one on Raleigh. There are some 2-acre lots in this area, so that does adhere to the development plan. Still doesn't meet the zoning, which still requires 4 acres in size, but that's why we have the variance next. So this has been circulated to the government agencies. There are no great concerns from stemming from the government. Just a note of warning, or just a note, I guess, from Manitoba Conservation, just have to do with septic fields, and they do require 2 acres and 198 feet of width to have a field. So the applicants can also go through that process to see if the process we can do variance for that. Should council wish to approve this, and we are recommending that it be approved subject to conditions. There will be 4 conditions here for you to consider. Number 1, the applicant owner submits confirmation from the municipality that all taxes, capital or applicable fees have been paid. Copy of the plan of subdivision is provided to the municipality. That a drainage plan is submitted to the liking of the municipality, as well as with letters of credits related to deposit drainage and construction of facilities. That the applicant owner is also to amend the subdivision plan to dedicate a 100-foot wide municipal road right of way between lots 1 or 2. So just kind of going back to the earth photo, you can see the municipality has taken that, these little pieces, so that maybe sometime in the future, maybe not our generation, there might be a road going through there, but at least reserving the rights so that could happen in the future. Number 2, the applicant order submits written confirmation from Manitoba Conservation that all approvals have been obtained in related to the existing septic field. That number 3, the applicant order obtains all required variances. That's what we're talking about next. And number 4, that the applicant owner submits written confirmation from Hydro that an easement has been entered into for both Hydro and Central Gas. So that's all I have on this one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Questions to the planner from council? No?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay, so if council is ready, this is for the subdivision, so if council is ready to deal with this, then we can bring the resolution forward.
We would put this on hold and listen to the variation.
Oh, right. Okay, so let's move into variation board then.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 62 of 2025.
Madam Mover, please. Councillor Strang, Councillor Horwath seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I'll turn it back over to you, Derek.
Okay, thank you. Same property, but now we're dealing with the variances for the minimum lot size. As I noted, the minimum lot size in the zoning bylaw is 4 acres, but we're going down to about 2 acres in size. As well as there is an existing accessory building on the east side of the property. And once you split out the properties, then that's going to be an accessory building without a primary structure or home on it. So create new titles, create new lots, you now have to adhere to the current rules. So similar to the last application that we have, having an accessory building there without a primary building. So that's what this application is about. Once again, same property, and there's the subdivision map showing the 2 lots, and very, very hard to see on the right-hand side. There's my cursor. Right about there is the little accessory building. So, should you wish to approve this, it's just subject to the standard conditions that you place. The variance is limited to what's been presented. Obtain all required permits and approvals, as well as paying outstanding taxes, fees, or fines, and I believe that's all covered under the subdivision as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Is the applicant in the audience?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, that's okay, though, if you have
No,
a question
don't
for the
worry.
planner, okay. Do you want to come forward?
Yes. Good evening.
Hi there.
So I own the property in question here. Pretty simple, one long lot. A few years ago, I run my business out of there. So I wanted to build a new garage to store all my supplies in. And I said, I don't want to build a garage here and then another one on the other side when we move. So we built the garage on that side, got permits, everything's done, garage is good. Permission for a culvert, everything in. And we didn't know at the time that you weren't supposed to have a building without a house, so now we're at the point of subdividing, because we want to build our house right behind the garage, and we're not going to move out of our current house until that one's done, so we'll always have a place to live, we won't be living in the garage. And pretty straightforward, yeah.
Okay, any questions from council to the applicant? Councillor Spicer, you had a question.
I'm going back to the planner.
You're going back to the planner, okay. Any questions for the applicant? I'm just gonna see if there's anybody else who wishes to speak on this application, and then we'll turn it back to the planner, so. All right, anybody in the audience wanting to speak on the, this application, which is the variance? Okay, do you wanna just come forward and state your name? You can have a seat for a couple minutes.
Rudy, Lisa, I'm the lot next door, 4900 Raleigh Road. Don't have an objection to the variance of what he's trying to propose here, but I do want to make sure that there's a drainage system put in place before any development is done. An elevation, okay? Now, from my understanding, you guys don't have a limit to your elevation. Now, this being such a small lot, right? As far, let's say you have a big lot and you build up your land, you have more of a gradual flow. Being a small lot, it's gonna be right there. Everything's gonna flow out to the sides. Now, the problem that I have is, if there's no drainage here, like as of right now, I'm getting flooded out, because that lot where that garage was built, it's been built up almost 4 feet with no drainage. And the eavesdrop's actually pointed to my side. So if you're like, you know, don't include the drainage system like a mandatory thing, then it's gonna have problems on my side and probably on the other neighbor's side.
Okay, are you to the north or the south of this property?
I'm right there on the north.
On the north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I could bring a point that the planner identified that the applicant owner is required to prepare a drainage plan that needs to be submitted to the Arnold St. Clements for review and acceptance as per the servicing standards of the municipality. That means there are certain requirements for, doesn't matter how wide. There's also requirements under the Planning Act and as part of the drainage bylaw that you cannot introduce any flows beyond what were there pre-development. And so that's what the drainage plan would take a look at and would be required before conditions of development.
Yeah, that's just my concern. I mean, you know, build whatever he wants or do whatever with it, but there's gotta be some there. Because
Yeah,
right
so-
now, it's.
So they would be required to do swales on sides of the property?
Well, I mean, now, is it St. Clement or the municipality or is it Red River Planning that's?
The drainage plan is approved by the municipality.
Okay.
So once the permit has been approved, part of the requirement would be a drainage plan that's submitted along with the subdivision application that the municipality and our engineers would take a look at.
Yeah, so when that was built, why didn't you look at it then?
When what was built?
The accessory building.
The accessory building was being built on one large lot. There was no requirement to do a drainage plan at that time. The building itself.
I live next door.
No, I understand that, but what happened is there's two lots, right? There's your lot and his lot.
Right.
And when he's on his own lot, the assumption is that it's already meeting the drainage requirements. But when you're doing a building permit, the building permit doesn't constitute requirement to do drainage plans. Subdivisions do force it.
Right, but I thought, you know what, as soon as you issue a permit to build something, you don't assume that everything's there. You need to have your people go out and
I
inspect.
would agree. I
Right.
would agree. And
So now,
we don't have the legal authority to do certain things. That's
yeah,
what it is.
so now, like, my only thing is, like I said, our lots are right there, right, which is fine. The problem is his lot is 4 feet high. My land is down there, like instant drop. His land's like, all the water I get is from, well, my yard, plus I get all his water, right? I'm flooded, like in the springtime when it rains, and I even have his eaves troughs coming down to my yard, right? So like, you know,
So
we need
you're
to do
saying
something about that?
So you're saying that the drainage plan should take into consideration not flooding onto your property?
Well, right, there should be a swale there. I'm willing to give a little bit, like, you know, just to get a swale and get it out to the end of the road, right? That's what my concern is.
Understood.
Otherwise, our land's not gonna be worth anything, right?
Understood. You'll get your chance, sir. They get a chance to, and then as an applicant, you get the chance to respond
Yeah.
to the questions and so forth.
But otherwise, I don't oppose it to that.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, anybody else in the audience wanting to speak on this application? And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Spicer. I believe he had a question for the planner.
Two things, and it deals with minimum lot size. So the zoning bylaw says 4 acres. We have proposed by the applicant of 2.06 and 1.94, but we haven't taken out the 100 feet of road allowance yet, so are those numbers accurate?
No.
So how do we approve it until we know what those numbers are?
Give me a moment to think about that.
Okay,
Would it be to the maximum of?
Should we think about that? Do you have a second question, Council?
The other question is on your variation application, we talk about minimum lot size, but there's also a minimum lot width,
Yes.
and it's not in your variance application, and I'm just wondering why.
For good reason. When the width of a property is unchanged through a subdivision, your bylaw does not
You're
require
good to
variance
go?
for that. You're good to
Okay,
go.
good,
Yeah.
thanks.
Appreciate the double check there.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think Derek is still thinking about that.
2 acre thing.
Yeah.
In the meantime, do you want to allow the applicant to come back?
I think Councillor Bazarovich may have another question.
Yeah. I know Derek's busy, but, I've lived in that area all my life, and all my adult life anyway. And
So just recently.
I didn't say I acted like that. Anyway, all my neighboring properties have always been 2 acres, always. And we passed a bylaw a number of years ago saying, to the best of my recollection, was that whole south end was to be 2 acres. And then it came up that, oh no, it wasn't that way, it was only on an existing road. Well, this is an existing road, and I can see the variance if he's under the 2 acres, but not if he is. And I think Council Strang has gone through this as well. And I was under the assumption that that was a GD in there, not AR or whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure. No, fair question. Let me just bring up a map.
I think the variance is still required, Councillor.
Yeah.
It's
So,
not GD down here.
yeah, I'm just going to show you a map.
I live in the one here.
So there's two parts, I think, as you pointed out. There's the development plan, which we got changed a number of years ago, lobbied the province, and they finally said, sure, if there's existing areas, you can go smaller than 4 acres to meet with the whatever the character of the area is. The development plan did not put in a minimum size for good reason. Some areas are 2-acre lots, the existing context. Some areas are actually half-acre lots, depending where you are in this whole area. You are correct in terms of the zoning bylaw was amended to put in a GE zone, which has a minimum of 2 acres. Just going to, there we go, that round area kind of straddling Dunning and all the way down to the southern boundary. That's all the GD zone, which has now the 2-acre zone minimum. All the green area, even more, you can see most of the South St. Clements area and all that green. That's still all agriculture restricted, which has the 4-acre minimum. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
And with that, we've never, ever, not once, turned down an application for anybody to go to 2 acres. And it's just, I don't know, it's costing people a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of grief to go through that. I'm not bragging on you, I'm just saying, we gotta get our zoning bylaw straightened out.
I was just gonna say, until our zoning changes.
Move on. Shouldn't be
Go
sitting here
ahead,
right now.
Councillor Strang, if you wanted to say something.
Madam Mayor, one of the other things that I know that when we did a subdivision down in this area on the narrow lots is one of the other stipulations we put in was for the homes not to be sideways, because there are some down in the area.
Right.
I don't know what all, but we did put that as a stipulation too for.
Not very often, but we have done it.
We did it a couple months ago.
Yeah. Derek, are you finding anything there?
For
The size of the lots.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Usually, we like to have variances be exact, right? Because you're supposed to ask for a specific thing, not just be kind of wishy-washy about it. This is a bit of a unique scenario of that. We have the surveyor's dimensions, but we know the municipality wants a little swath of land, but then we don't know what exactly that's going to end up at. I'm wondering if council would be open to saying that the variance is to reduce the lots down to approximately 2 acres in size, which needs to take into account the right of way for the future road. That might be a way to at least acknowledge that you're okay with it not being 4 acres, but there's another step that has to take place with the surveyor afterwards. Something along those lines, would council be okay with that?
I asked the question, I'm okay with it.
Well, I know it's gonna be under 2 acres.
Yeah.
Because that's why I asked the question, I sent the email, because
Well,
I saw that there
plus
wasn't
or
some
minus
road allowance
2
taken
acres.
and then
So,
the amount that
If
was
it's
there.
under 2 acres, then it has to have a holding tank on it, can't have
Yep.
a septic field. on it.
That's
It
not,
has to have anyway, because it's only 66 feet.
Yeah.
yeah, both properties will have to be the existing and the new.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
existing is by Henderson, isn't it?
No, it's
No.
not Reback.
Reback.
The other one will be on Rowan.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of the existing field, there's a condition that the applicant has to deal with conservation about that. That's just standard. Province gets to say on that. Hopefully the applicant will be successful in arguing that the existing one can remain. We've seen that happen in other jurisdictions, other areas, so that's a debate that need to happen with the province.
Okay, I believe a little bit ago, the applicant had something that he wanted to add, so I will ask you to come forward now if you still want to add something.
Yes, I know the neighbors are very concerned about flooding and swales, but they should go back in time further to before I developed there. I quad from my property and I used to go out there. Well, one day I went down my own property and there was about 20 feet of pipe in my yard. The neighbor who had built a new house, and their house is 15 feet from the property, they run 30 feet of pipe which brought it way into my yard. I took it apart, found it rebuilt. So I drove through it at high speed and shattered it, because I don't want it in my property. The flood that it caused, I lost 8 to 12 trees, and since the building of that house, my whole property stayed underwater. So I called the municipality, called all over the place, no one could help me. So I ordered mountains of fill, because my yard was already flooded to nothing, my trees all died that were there for 5 years. It was fine, I could cut the grass there. And on the other side, yes, I'm built up high, but if you measure my height with the transit to the neighbor's house, his house is actually higher than mine. So I think even though I'm on a narrow lot, I should be allowed to build my house just as high and flood-proof just as much as he does. As well, when we did build up the land, we got into a dispute where the property line was. And they got the municipality to come out and say, you gotta do a swale. And we argued where the property line was. Fast forward, we got it subdivided, and I was right again. My property was 2 feet further than where they said. So where my land is built up, there is 2 feet of area on my property that is not built up. And according to the website for the swale, as long as before you get to the edge of your property, it's not 90 degrees, it drops down, that's good. His drainage on his property is not as good as he thinks it is. I can help you with that if you want. I own a nice machine for it. And when I actually start building the house and we pay for the lot grade, at that point I would like to put in swales and stuff like that. Because right now I don't even have any water source. So I don't have a sump pump running, I don't even have electricity there. I gotta subdivide so I can get power there. So yeah, for years I have been dealing with water, with no one helping me. So then I paid for my own fill, not the free fill that people are getting off the road construction on Donald. So I didn't get one load of that. I had to pay $50 for every one of my loads. So yeah, 400 loads in my property over the years. It adds up quite a bit. So yeah, I paid that because of poor water management. So yeah, I was the ditch for my neighbor's yard and I fought back and built high. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? I know that you spoke on it.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure, but you have to come back up here, of course. No, I'm not getting into a debate.
No, we don't want to do that. And like I said, I came here because of water. But I just want to correct a couple things. My house, the drainage, my house is kind of in the middle of my lot. I got the widest lot on that whole stretch, 240 something feet. So, and I do have, you know, my Bobcat did a lot of work over the years, and I built that land up myself. But I make the slope for my house gradual. Well, my house, the slope is to the side, but it's down to the ditch. All right? It's a slight grade down to the ditch, and I want it to go. Well, all that fill, yeah, you did, you know, whatever. I don't think you really went a little bit high, but it doesn't matter how high you go. As long as you have some swale there, the water's going to drain out. That's all I want. But one thing that, I know you mentioned about the lot size. The thing is, Red River told me that his lot was a certain size. And I said, okay, whatever. It's only a foot, whatever. And when I got home one day, they moved. They took out, without me knowing, they took out my surveyor markers. Without me knowing, moved them over. And I was kind of, what the hell?
Well, that's, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's not really what we're here to listen to. If you have an issue with pegs being moved or
No,
your
I was
survey
coming to a
sticks
point of
being
that. I was
moved.
coming to a point of that, that's all. So, the pegs, you know, whatever, left it alone with my fence. So, all I would need was a nice swale on that side, right where he knows where it is, where his property is behind me, and the one, but it's gotta be. And that's it. There's no concerns after that. That's all.
Just to be clear, survey markers are not the guarantee. Survey monuments is what you rely on.
That's why I did say.
Okay, if there is no one else that wants to speak on this application, I'm going to try and move it forward here.
Okay, just one question, Mayor. Since there will be a garage on the site, that you want to do what you've been doing for all accessory structures without a principal dwelling to say it shall not be used for habitable space.
Correct.
To start,
Oh,
you may want to bring it back to Al,
So it doesn't matter to me.
the applicant. If you're looking at the timeline,
Hey guys, I
you
can't
should
hear.
know about it.
I can't hear.
When were you gonna build?
Within the next 2 years, hopefully.
Is it usually 12 months?
Well, variation.
So you're okay with the timeline, if you build within 2 years or something?
Yeah. Is there a limit? Like, if I went 3, is that a problem? Just,
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it's a problem if you
You'd have to get an
started.
extension. You want that in, right?
Yeah, but I guess the thing is if it started and he's working on it, if nothing is done, it's a little different to me than started.
we already made house plans, so.
Go ahead, you Pat.
Sorry, I
That's
was
okay.
participating in that part of the discussion. I had a different question. So, what was your decision that you're limiting the number of, that it must be, the house construction must start within a certain amount of time?
Well, we just asked him that, he said it's gonna start within 2 years.
2 years.
Are you confident of that? Because if you don't meet it, then you're in contravention of the route, and you'd have to come back.
Okay, I guess, yeah. If I have to come back, I will. We
There'll be extra costs, just so you know.
What is the extra cost if I?
No.
A new application, whatever the cost is.
Would it be a new application?
That's
Mr.
not-
Planner?
Can't you just do an extension? Like just do something for an extension rather?
No.
No?
If you, if it's written down as a condition, that you have to start construction within a certain number of months or years or something like that, and they can't meet that, then they have to amend the application, which is making a brand new one.
Yes.
At a cost of, I'll tell you today's cost, I don't know if it's gonna be in a couple of years, but at a cost of about $800 today to come back and
So
get some.
that's why I'm asking. So
We'll make it
what you,
happen.
no, but you're saying starting construction, it's a very, very slippery slope here. If you, for some reason, get delayed and the permit doesn't get issued, you haven't met the requirements. So does council want to say must make building permit application within 2 years?
Yeah, building application.
Building permit application.
Yeah.
Building permit application, that way, if there's any delays, you've changed your mind or anything, it doesn't have an impact. Because once that clock starts ticking,
Yeah.
it's a challenge. And so I just want to make sure what they're asking. And if you're comfortable with that, then we'll put that in as a part of the resolution. The second question that I had was, council brought up the issue around, or Councilor Strang brought up the issue around requirement for the design not to face inside. So what we used as a previous wording on this was, Heather, do you mind reading it? Easier than me jumping over it.
My email's opening up, I closed it by accident, hold on.
Just on those with the blocks that we've done before. So
Applicant owner entered into development agreement with the RMC commence to address items including but not limited to if required design parameters of future dwellings on proposed lots. That's what we used last time.
So this is so that the house isn't facing inward?
One of the reasons I'm building over there is the houses you were talking about earlier. I bought my house existing. It is one of those sideways houses. And we have never opened our curtains, so I can't wait to move.
So you don't want to do that?
I don't
so
want
you're-
another sideways.
So you're okay with that condition?
Yes.
Okay, that requires a development agreement.
It takes a development agreement to
We
do
can just
that?
write it as a condition, can't we? Oh, we have to use it.
Was I misunderstanding something there?
Well, there's just, I'm just managing to make sure that all expectations are managed, because development agreements require legal documents and requires legal costs.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Did you just say that you do not want your house sideways?
Yeah.
The one he's living in is,
No, and he doesn't want the new
No,
one?
his neighbor is like that way, and that's why he hasn't opened his side.
Well, my current house where I live right now it was an RTM house, I guess, and they put it on the lot sideways. So my picture
Oh, your
window
house
faces the neighbor's yard. So yeah, when I build my new house, we've actually designed it for the last lot developing. On both sides is developed, we've staggered our house further back. So we won't be beside any neighbors, windows don't line up. And we've designed it so there's nobody looking in each other's windows.
And it's gonna be a front facing?
Yes.
Or is it facing sideways also? Just
No,
the
not
outside?
sideways, no. Front and back. No.
Okay, are we good with that?
And any ditch I need to put in, I will gladly put in. Happy neighbors.
Pardon?
I can put it in as a condition.
You can put in the condition that it not be facing sideways.
Yeah. And then
Not be
there just be
facing,
that other,
not be facing towards the side yards. Okay.
and then you don't have to do a development agreement.
So not facing the house now.
The construction of a home not to be facing towards the side yards.
So then you don't have to go into the other.
He can face to the back or the front.
The front of the house is oriented towards the right of the road.
Yeah, the front of the house is facing towards the right. Thank you, that's much better language.
Did you want to say something, Kayla?
Yeah, just if you don't mind in regards to that, how do you enforce that in the actual subdivision application over design
you
parameters?
do it in the variation.
Right there, because you can't sign off on the subdivision because you can't build a house until the subdivision is registered. So I think that's why we did the development agreement before for a previous subdivision, because there was no way to enforce that condition in the subdivision level.
In the subdivision, but he's getting a variance
So
too.
the variance will cover it then?
This would go in the variance, and the subdivision would be, the only requirement of the subdivision is that he has to have a building permit within he has to apply for a building permit within 2 years. Make sense?
Yeah.
Mr.
So
Planner?
if he submitted,
He's thinking.
so if he submitted a plan that was facing the side yard,
He
he
would,
would be in contravention of
the
the
variance,
variance,
exactly, and so he
So
would
it
be
would
able
be
to get
stopped
approved the building permit.
right there.
And so he's met the requirements of the subdivision because he's made the application for a building permit. And then since he can't get the building permit because it's facing sideways, he'll have to wait. That's one way. I know, it's complicated. Maybe we do ask for a development agreement. What do you think, Mr. Planner?
Yeah. I think you need to ask for a development agreement. So you're dealing with.
Cover that.
So you're dealing with drainage plans and improvements to the land. You're dealing with orientation of the building. You're dealing with the timing of when you want to get these different things. I'd actually suggest you put that into a development agreement. That covers it all off.
Sure.
So the other thing is, yeah, you don't want that confusion through administration or through the applicant as well of the timeline of when to get a permit for a variance, because the variance is in force in effect today if it's approved. Remember, his subdivision, he's got 2 years, possibly 3 to meet all those conditions. We can't issue anything, we can't even accept the application for a building permit until there's a title. So if it takes him 2 years to finish the subdivision, and we say in the variance, you got 2 years to submit an application, our office can't take it,
Yeah, it's good.
then he's kind of screwed. So
Okay.
why don't you put it all into a development agreement? I know it's gonna cost a little bit of cash, but it makes it all nice and neat and easy, and it's one spot, everyone knows where it is. It's easy to do.
Okay, Kayla was right, I was wrong.
I would not argue that
It was
fact.
always,
In terms of the variance, Madam Chair, the roads
Yes.
right of way being there, I think you could probably pass a resolution with wording something of the effect of the variance for lot sizes approved for approximately 2 acres or less in order to accommodate the future right of way dedication as required by the associated subdivision.
with that?
No, because I'm
In
working
order-
on the development agreement, I just should.
Could you send me that by email, Derek? Have you got email access?
Old school.
Old school.
It works. That works too.
Is it cursive? Because I can't read cursive.
Nope.
And you're gonna say.
I'm not that young.
Can you send that to me?
I'm very young, but not that. Okay. So,
That way we know they're not going down to 1 acre or half acres, just to accommodate that little thing, but it gives a little bit of flexibility, so I
Yeah.
can sign off on the Mylars.
Sorry, I
You take care of
just
that.
thought we might as well deal with it
Variation, I can do it
now
right
so
now.
it doesn't
I've already
come
finished this
back
one.
and there's a problem later.
Because I went.
I appreciate solutions now rather than headaches later. so.
Where's that?
we still have, we only got as far as like item 8 on our regular agenda.
You get a state involved. There's like 12 things.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
And then the French is 198. So, yeah, that will have to go into
So we could probably close the public hearing for the variation now?
Yeah.
I need to do the resolution.
And then the resolutions.
For that subdivision.
Yeah.
We had to find holding tank, and we
Okay,
had
so-
over 2-point-something acres.
We'll wait
We're
for
right next door.
Councilor Boulanger to return.
Now,
the regulations, so.
The province dictates what you can do.
The sweets are coming out.
We're waiting for Councilor Boulanger.
Yeah.
198 is the magic number.
Talking out of class.
Okay, let's go. That's okay.
Enough. To Egypt.
Yeah, that's not what you read. Me, I put in that little thing, it works.
I'm good.
I'm being great.
What are you here for?
Oh, I know. That's how my guy was before. Eh? That's how my.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay. Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 62 of 2025 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Kelly.
Moved by Councilor Spicer, second Councilor Boulanger. All in favor? Okay, so we are going to do the variation first and then the subdivision?
Subdivision first.
Subdivision first, okay.
Okay, so regarding subdivision application S 24-3093, proposal of Vandel to subdivide OTM lot 27 Parish of St. Andrews, or lot 237 Parish of St. Andrews. Resolved that council approve said application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the municipality that taxes on the land to be subdivided in the current year and any arrears have been paid. 2, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital copy of the plan of subdivision to the Arm St. Clements. D, applicant owner prepare a drainage plan to be submitted to the Arm St. Clements for review and acceptance as per servicing standards for the municipality. E, applicant owner to amend the plan of subdivision to dedicate a 100-foot wide municipal right-of-way between proposed lots 1 and 2 without compensation to allow for an extension of a future road. The future right-of-way is to follow the existing right-of-way from the neighboring property to the south. The plan of subdivision to show the future right-of-way as a public reserve. And F, applicant owner entered into a development agreement with the Arm St. Clements to address items including but not limited to, if required, design parameters of future dwellings on proposed lots. And should we put in there the construction? And 2 in there, II, construction or building permits to be applied within 2 years after registration of subdivision. 2, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Conservation, Environmental Compliance and Enforcement that all required approvals have been obtained in relation to the existing septic field. 3, applicant owner to obtain all required variances, lot size, accessory buildings required. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro that an easement agreements have been entered into with Manitoba Hydro, Cetrogas, Manitoba Inc. with respect to existing and future facilities associated with the subdivision of the plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Bazarowicz seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And moving on.
Okay, so whereas applicant owner tax roll number 43000 legally described as OT 237-AD-10554 and located at 4967 Rebec Road has made application for variation order 62 of 2025 from site area 4 acres to site area 1.94 acres and 2.06 acres from accessory building to principal building to allow for an accessory building prior to principal building. Purpose to reduce the minimum lot size and allow existing accessory structures to remain on new lot prior to obtaining development permit for the principal building as per conditions of subdivision S24-03 or 3093. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 62 of 2025 be approved with the following condition. Once the variance is limited to what has been presented in this application, any further changes, replacement, or additions will require new variance approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Arm of St. Clements. 4, variance is approved to approximately 2 acres or less in order to accommodate the future right-of-way dedication as required by condition number 1E of the subdivision S24-3093. And 5, the accessory building not to be used as habitable space.
Okay, mover, please.
Approval shall expire if not activated within 12 months of the date of the
Mover, please. Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Corbis. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. We're finally at your application, so.
You're thinking, I
It
would
was
see
the
that this
simplest
time that's the
application.
case.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the subdivision.
No, bylaws.
Zoning bylaw.
Amendment first.
It can be a combined hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yep, they both require hearings, so we can just open it up as a combined hearing and take care of it all at the same time.
Perfect.
Okay, so resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for bylaw 12, 2025 and subdivision S25-3108.
Have a mover, please. Councillor Boulanger, Councillor Corbis seconds. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Did you want to wait for Glenn so you can?
Yes.
We're going to wait for
So I'll
Glenn.
have to read it again. We haven't had a lot of bio breaks since 2 o'clock.
report, we did the resolution to move into the subdivision, but I'm handing it over to Derek to walk us through that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll deal with both of these, the subdivision and the rezoning.
Yeah.
So the application is for property on Asheville Road in terms of the subdivision, or sorry, the rezoning is to rezone from an agriculture restricted to a CH commercial highway zone. So here's the subject property outlined in black, and here's the current zoning map. If council will recall, some months ago, the minister approved and subsequently the planning district approved a change to the development plan to change this designation from a agriculture designation to a business park. The litmus test for the approval of a rezoning is, does it adhere to the development plan? That's it. So what we can say is that since that development plan was approved for an amendment, a commercial zone now fits with the designation. So with that, our office would recommend approval of the rezoning. Should council give its second reading, even if you had objectors, there's nobody else here. The new rules under the Planning Act is you need 300 people now to trigger an appeal. And I should say not just 300 people, but 300 people who are eligible to vote in this municipality. That's the actual requirement. So I don't think you're going to have that tonight, so you could give it a second and third if you wish. The subdivision is to create 9 lots in this commercial zone. So there they are. There's the application and the lots outlined in the surveyor's plan. This has been circulated to the government agencies. There are no real concerns from the agencies. Should council wish to approve this, and we're recommending that it be approved because it would adhere to everything, be subject to its 7 conditions. The applicant owner submits confirmation writing from the municipality that these are fairly standard taxes and fees have been paid. Digital plan of subdivision is provided. Engineered drainage plan is prepared to the liking of the municipality. Enter into easement agreements, including not limited to drainage and a drainage plan of easements, road naming, and a Manitoba land survey to include the approved road name on the plan of subdivision. Number 2, the applicant owner dedicate 10% of land for public reserve or cash in lieu of as determined by the municipal council. Number 3, the applicant owner enter into a development agreement with the municipality to address items not limited to engineered road and drainage plan, letter of credit for road and drainage construction, administration fees and capital development fees, security deposits for charges that the municipality may incur throughout the development process. Number 4, the applicant submits written confirmation from Hydro and Central Gas that easements have been entered into. Number 5, the applicant owner submits confirmation that an engineered drainage plan is approved by the Manitoba Environment and Climate. The drainage water licensing branch has been approved. Number 6, the applicant owner successfully rezones the land to CH Highway Commercial Zone as proposed within the zoning bylaw amendment. Number 7, that the applicant owner submits confirmation that easements related to bill and TS have been entered. That's all I have on this, Madam Chair.
Okay, any questions for the planner? Any questions for the planner on the subdivision application? Okay, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the application at this point in time?
I had submitted a presentation slide deck. A lot of it was similar to what was just covered.
I think Deepak's gonna share it.
Okay, perfect. I don't necessarily need to go through every slide. I'm Melissa Marion, kind of the applicant on the project on behalf of Kelly Woloski, Miguel Meltzer. Yeah, so first slide is just an overview, but second slide we go into what the project vision is. It was also outlined in our letter of intent. So I'll just go through that just as some background. So the development group is focused on providing a strategically planned area designed to support a wide range of commercial, industrial, and professional activities. We aim to create a professional environment where diverse industries such as construction companies, electrical contractors, plumbing operations, and office-based enterprises can operate in close proximity. A key goal of this development is to offer local contractors an opportunity to expand their operations while remaining close to home. This prime location provides convenient access to major transportation routes, ensuring streamlined logistics and efficient operations for the businesses situated there, while fostering opportunities for collaboration and shared resources. We have designed the lot sizes with scalability and growth in mind, allowing businesses the flexibility to expand their operations as their needs evolve. Additionally, our proposed storage facility will offer a convenient outdoor space for seasonal vehicles such as recreational vehicles and boats, along with storage units in various sizes for both seasonal and year-round use, specifically tailored to the needs of the cabin community who love their weekends at one of our Great Lakes. So we've also included some images of the proposed storage facility and contractor shops. The colors will not necessarily be exactly as shown there, but we would be looking at having more neutral or earth tones used in the future development, as well as any fencing and landscape buffering that is required. So the next slide is just our overall concept plan, which is essentially what the subdivision plan is. So that's just outlining the 9 lots. The lots range from about 1.36 acres to 2.02 acres, and lot width minimums are 45.72 meters as per the zoning bylaw. And then everything else in the presentation was covered as far as the proposed rezoning and subdivision application map. I guess as further background, I know we discussed it at a previous hearing for the land use designation, but we did have a public open house last year in October. We had about 8 people that showed up. Everyone was generally in support. There was maybe a little bit of concern about traffic, but we noted that, you know, the type of development this is wouldn't have any severe impacts on traffic. So yeah, at this point, we're just looking to kind of complete those steps, move on to the development agreements, and go from there. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I should have.
That's okay. No, a lot of it is, like I said, it's just additional maps that were in the planning presentation. Just providing that if needed.
Well, thank you very much, it was. I apologize.
No worries.
Okay. Any questions for the developer from members of council? Go ahead, Councilor Strang.
I saw the pictures that were there that were very nice, but I noticed there's 9 lots. Is there going to be different things on every lot, or?
Our intention is to develop a storage facility, as Melissa had said, an outdoor storage facility for boats, RVs, vehicles like that, as well as have a storage facility where there's storage lockers, as she said, for people coming from the beach area, cabin areas. The shops that we have pictured there are conceptual. If we do decide to build a shop for rental properties or to turn into condos, that's what they look like. The majority of our lots, we most likely are going to sell. Our intention is to sell to contractors such as plumbers, electricians, as Melissa said, that live in the area, are looking to expand their operation. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I just saw that I saw the buildings there, so I was wondering if they were going on so many of them.
Do you have a price in mind per acre?
We're talking to, we're in the process of hiring a commercial real estate agent right now, and we're in discussions with him. It's Cushman & Wakefield, so we have discussed price, and they are looking into a lot of prices right now.
When you started your presentation there, did you say condos?
Possibility of condos. We went and looked at a storage facility. If you look down the north perimeter between on Calculus, between Maine and McPhillips, you see a lot of these rental shops.
Yep.
They're, in talking to our commercial real estate agent that we were speaking with, a lot of these places now are being condominiumized. So you can have contractors there that can go in there, own their own space in a commercial shop that's a condominium. So
they live right there. They live right there.
No, they wouldn't, no.
Business condo.
Business condo. Yeah.
Or their business.
It's
So-
like using a rental space inside.
Rather than renting, you know, you're an owner now, you're more likely to take care of your property, as opposed to, I'm not gonna say renters take care of their properties, but,
Never heard of that.
it was just an option that we may look into.
Never heard of that before, so
Neither have I.
thank you, thank you for that.
Condominium is just an ownership agreement. I know we commonly refer to it as like apartments, but it's
Yeah.
just an ownership agreement. It's becoming popular in office places now, where I don't need to own the entire floor or building. I just need that.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I don't see anybody else in the audience, so if we want to move this forward, we can go ahead.
Okay, so we start with the bylaw first. We'll close both.
And then start with the bylaw after we close, yeah.
Resolved that the public hearing for bylaw 12 dash 2025 and subdivision S 25 dash 3108 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Mover, please, Councillor Bazarowic, second, please, Councillor Strang, any discussion? Call the question, all in favor, opposed, that is carried. And if you want to bring it forward.
Regarding subdivision application S 25 dash, sorry, not the subdivision, I've got the bylaw. Where's my resolution for bylaw?
You might have to refresh,
First reading.
because I had to move everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the first reading is where you want to go.
Second reading. Okay.
No, we have to do the first reading
First reading
first.
first, yeah. We didn't do first reading.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on second?
Second.
Third,
Oh,
okay,
that's right,
yeah.
second and
Yeah.
third.
We did first reading.
That's right.
Where was I?
Here, I'll tell you the
That was
numbers.
last month.
On holiday.
Okay, so resolved that bylaw 12 of 2025 being a bylaw to amend the RMSA Clement zoning bylaw 5 of 2002 as amended be given second reading.
Mover, please, Councillor Belanger, second, please, Councillor Horbis. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And we're going to give the bylaw third reading, and please remember it's a recorded vote, so keep your hands up for this one.
Resolved bylaw 12 of 2025 being a bylaw to amend the RMSA Clement zoning bylaw 5 of 2002 as amended be read a third time.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Bazarowic, seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried unanimously.
So now for the subdivision application, regarding subdivision application S 25-3108, proposal of the Gowan Russell Group Inc. subdivide lot 4, plan 71535, WLTO in southeast quarter 8-13-5 EPM. Resolved that council approve set up application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation to Reading municipality stating that A, taxes on the lands to be subdivided for the current year and any arrears to be paid. B, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital copy of the plan of subdivision of the RMSA Clements. D, an engineered road and drainage plan be prepared as per municipal servicing standards. E, applicant owner enter into an easement agreement with the RMSA Clements to address items including but not limited to, if required, I, drainage, II, drainage plan of easement, and F, road naming has been approved as per road naming policy number 324, and G, land surveyor to be included, to include approved road name on the plan of subdivision. 2, applicant owner to dedicate 10% of land for public reserve or cash in lieu as determined by council. 3, applicant owner enter into a development agreement with the RMSA Clements to address items including but not limited to, if required, I, engineered road and drainage plan, II, letter of credit for road and drainage construction, III, administration fee and capital development fees, IV, security deposit for charges to the municipality may incur throughout the development process, and B, installation of street lighting. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro Central Gas for an easement agreement that has been entered into Manitoba Hydro Central Gas with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with subdivision and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation that an engineered drainage plan has been approved by Manitoba Environment and Climate Change, drainage and water rights licensing, a license to construct water control works. 6, applicant owner successfully rezones subject lands to CH highway commercial as proposed within the zoning bylaw amendment, bylaw number 12 of 2025. 7, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that an easement agreement has been entered into with Bell MTS with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision of a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, second, please. Councillor Strang, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And we are done our planning for this evening.
Right back to the top of the agenda.
Thank you very much for your patience this evening. I know it was a long wait for you folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What? Finally,
So this is regarding the Rail Safety Week, and what they requested, and this happens on a yearly basis, is to identify rail safety and places across Canada. And what they do is for September 15th to the 21st, and they ask all the councils to pass a resolution in relation to rail safety. And so what we have is a resolution ready for that. Whereas Rail Safety Week is to be held across Canada from September 15th to 21st, 2025, whereas 261 railway crossing and trespassing, 261 railway crossing and trespassing incidents occurred in Canada in 2024, resulting in 68 avoidable fatalities and 58 avoidable serious injuries, whereas education informing the public about rail safety, reminding the public that railway right-of-ways are private property, enhancing public awareness, have the dangers associated with the highway, rail, grade crossings, ensure pedestrians and motorists are looking and listening while near railways and obeying established traffic laws, will reduce the number of avoidable fatalities and injuries caused by incidents involving trains and citizens. And whereas Operation Lifesaver is a public-private partnership whose aim is to work with the public, rail industry, governments, indigenous communities, police services, media, and others to raise rail safety awareness. Thanks, Tara. Whereas CN and Operation Lifesaver has requested City Council adopt this resolution support of its ongoing efforts to raise awareness, save lives, and prevent injuries in communities, including our municipality. Therefore, be it resolved, the RMC commits support National Rail Safety Week to be held from September 15th to 21st, 2025.
can I have a motion, please? Councillor Hoyle, second. Councillor Strang, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, next is the awarding of the asphalt paving patching contract. Do you have anything that you want to share with us on that one?
Madam Mayor, I'm just getting lost in my...
Just a resolution?
Like the resolution?
Yeah. Can you make the resolution?
Certainly. This has been this is our standard asphalt patching overlay program. And so we are recommending after our RFP awarding the contract. So I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council accept the recommendation of the Public Works Project Technician and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to award the asphalt patching contract to Wintech Building Services Inc. at a rate of $257 per ton for an overlay patching plus applicable taxes. The total estimated cost for the overlays is $43,947 plus GST to be completed within the approved budget.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, second. Councillor Boulanger. Any further discussion?
Is there a list for whatever gets hatched? Like this public work have? Just ask.
I'm sure there is. Would you like to see a list?
No, I just, if there's certain roads on the list that would be good to know. So yeah, sure, we would like to see a list.
Sure.
Would be good to know too, that if a resident approaches us, we can look on the list.
Okay.
8:13.
So 8:13 is, as you may recall, I had a meeting with
Did
the
we
Army.
vote on that?
We did.
Pardon?
Did we vote on that?
Not yet.
I don't think we did.
No.
I didn't think
You have a
we did.
mover seconder, but you just need to do a vote.
Okay, sorry. No, that's fine.
Give
Okay,
pressure
have a
from
mover,
all.
have a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed?
Said you're getting pressure from all.
Right. So, Army St. Paul, as you may recall, we had discussions with the Army City St. Paul between the councils. Since then, this last month, I had a meeting with the Army St. Paul, and they're wanting to work with us on utility infrastructure. So last Tuesday at their meeting, they passed the resolutions to do water and wastewater sharing with us, where they want to definitely connect to low pressure sewer system for part of their northern part of their community, and if possible, also bring water down from Lockport down to the south to connect to the water as well. Some of that work will need to be done, and we need to, we've worked with we are talking with their engineers right now. But what happens is that this resolution is passed, and this is about us sharing those types of services. What it'll work out to in the future will be dependent on costs and time.
Was transfer station?
Yes, it's been identified, yes, it has been. Transfer station, and as part of that, was requested to have a separate meeting to do that, and the CAO has committed to meeting with myself.
Perfect,
We
thank
are
you.
also going to be meeting with East St. Paul, West St. Paul, St. Andrews, and the planning district, possibly also Denauder, to talk about sharing of our service tracker. So I'll be meeting with the CAOs first, and then I'll be setting something up. So for this, is there any further questions on that? Because what we did was create a similar resolution for council to be able to commit to sharing. Once these two resolutions, theirs is passed, and once we pass ours, I'll be sharing that with the Manitoba Water Services Board. I've talked to the CEO of the Water Services Board, and he's prepared, based on this, whether he'll take a look at putting forward any of our future infrastructure needs, because he is presenting for 2026 at the end of August.
Is Dick going to come and work with us on this?
That'll be dependent on East St. Paul. We won't necessarily,
We won't
we're complete as to delivering our water up to Lockport, so it's a matter of taking it further down. Dick might be available, I'll have to talk to the CAO to see.
He'd be the guy, won't
I think he would be very valuable for this.
Yeah, water should be an easy push, the sewer's already up in the water.
Well, it's dependent on the sewer, it depends how they want to hook up. If they're looking at just properties along Henderson, they would be able to connect into the, I think it's the 3-inch off of Henderson. Now, if they wanted to do connection and then do some further lands that are unserviced right now, and want to bring in sewer there, then they'd be looking at running the sewer from those lands probably along the tracks all the way to the Donald Lift Station, because they'd have to have a larger pipe. Because our pipe isn't was designed to accommodate just the growth that we would have at that point. So that growth can accommodate, you know, quite a few along Henderson, but it wouldn't necessarily accommodate
But that
a
would
large subdivision.
be good for us though too, and because now we can hook up all those other people there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the intent here is, what it's doing is, it's doing long-range planning for sewer and water for both municipalities. So the intent is, we know that we will eventually max out on our lagoon. We know eventually, not as quickly on the water, but definitely on the lagoon, because there's a limited capacity. At some point you have to go. Now, East St. Paul is working towards another water treatment plant and a sewage treatment plant. They are longer-term solutions, so for the short term and midterm, we could work something out between us. And then for the long term, this way you're planning for the next 25 to 50 years of full connectivity in this region. And that's what the regional sharing is intended to accommodate.
Go ahead.
Before your time, I don't know if you remember this or not, but, and maybe it's already been utilized, but when we put in that pipe, at least from 202 to transfer lift station, we put a larger pipe and we put a smaller one in it, so that if we ever have to do it, are we utilizing the bigger pipe right now, or are we using the smaller?
No, I think we've got the capacity, so we're not as concerned about going from the lift station to Lockport lift station than to the pipe that brings
Yeah, I don't want to
sewage.
take that pipe
Yeah.
just go further down.
That's all been designed and accommodating for significant growth. The issue here is the pipe right at the border or having to go to the lift station. And so the pipe at the border is already accommodated the various laterals.
So that's only 3 inches there.
3 or 6, I can't remember.
That's the one on Henderson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be bigger.
Okay, so what we did was prepare a resolution. I'll share this resolution with Manitoba Water Services Board. And just so council knows, I've identified to the Water Services Board, since we are beginning to share a lot more of our sewer hookups now with another municipality, we may want to take a look at doing our lagoon upgrade. Once we do the lagoon upgrade, then there are no major upgrades necessary until we need to upgrade significantly for water. So that lagoon upgrade will give us significant capacity for the south and for the north here.
What's the timeline?
Well, I'm glad to see that the growth is occurring faster than I had predicted it, but I'm glad to see that we are in a growth spurt, which is the growth, what we've designed and what we've been able to do can accommodate our growth for the next little while. Now with sharing, we're able to do it at a much faster rate. And so who knows what the future will hold. So I'll read the resolution. Whereas the Rural Municipality of St. Clements and East St. Paul have identified potential opportunities for regional infrastructure sharing, and whereas collaboration on major infrastructure initiatives, including water and wastewater services, can result in more efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally sustainable solutions for both municipalities, and whereas regional infrastructure sharing supports broader municipal goals, including promoting economic growth, protecting the environment, increasing climate resiliency, and addressing the servicing needs of growing populations, and whereas both municipalities recognize that a shared approach to utility infrastructure planning and development will strengthen regional cooperation and maximize the use of public funds. Therefore, be it resolved that the Arm of St. Clements commits to working in partnership with the Arm of East St. Paul on a shared utility infrastructure project. And be it further resolved that the Arm of St. Clements will work towards entering into a servicing agreement with the Arm of East St. Paul for the provision of low-pressure sewer and water infrastructure to service existing residents along Henderson Highway north of Hoddenot Road. And be it further resolved that this agreement shall also support future wastewater servicing needs in the northern area of East St. Paul, enabling proactive planning and sustainable development in an undeserved region, underserviced, not undeserved, sorry, underserviced region. And be further resolved that the Arm of St. Clements is committed to working collaboratively with the Arm of East St. Paul to explore design options, cost-sharing models, and timelines to implement a regional solution that benefits both communities and supports sustainable growth.
Moved by Councillor Gazarovich, second please. Councillor Dorvis, any further discussion?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
So we had both passed resolutions previous, right? So this one is to just to better explain what's going on?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a mover, have a seconder, call the question, all in favor?
Sorry, let me correct that. We passed resolutions previously with a commitment to look at site sharing. This is the movement to do the sharing.
Yeah, we needed both of us to do the first
Which is
resolution
the
in order
planning.
to
Yes.
pass this one.
Okay, so we're good, go to mover, go to seconder, call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
They should got on board faster.
Okay, resident photo submission project.
Yes. So our communications manager has come back with a proposal, and what she's recommending is that as part of our communications, we're constantly using similar photographs. There's about 4 or 5 pictures of the RM office that's used on a regular basis, maybe even 2 or 3. And there's only so many pictures that we have in the RM. So an opportunity was that in order to also promote people to be proud of the community, also to show their vision of what they think makes RM St. Clements beautiful, and give them pictures of grain elevators to what represents the RM St. Clements. They can submit those pictures. We will get those pictures, hot dog days, any of those types of like open houses, whatever's happening, and then we can take all those pictures. We have the rights to use them, and then the winner will get some type of an award that we would use, possibly some of the St. Clements memorabilia that we already have as part of
Like socks?
our swag.
No, not socks yet,
We haven't ordered socks yet.
but we're going to soon.
Yes, we will. Before winter comes.
Before the kitty center.
We'll get the thick ones.
Yes, we'll get the big winter socks.
The tick ones.
And so she's proposing that we go out there, we'll do a publication on it and social media, so what she's looking for is council's endorsement of moving forward on this. I think it's a great idea. I think it's an opportunity to involve our residents and bring in pictures that we can use as part of that.
The only thing I have, is there something that you're signing off with the Privacy Act? Would you have pictures of children and everything?
She's got a waiver that will.
Okay, yeah, as long as you have that, then you can post them, otherwise. if you
Yeah, no,
don't-
we'll be having a sign off, yeah.
And most likely we'll probably want very few pictures of individuals, more of the RM that we can use. You know.
Like I know there's some very nice pictures of the Grand Marais area, that there's 2 photographers that live up there that take pictures, and lots of them are awesome, so. Go ahead, Glenn.
On the subject of pictures, I was thinking about, we're buying some artwork, some pictures. Have we got a space for a picture, something like that? The people that have actually designed it with this place?
Don't know,
Of which place, sir?
the rec
The
center.
South St. Clements?
The activity
Activity
center,
center.
St. Clements Activity Center.
What is it?
Like donors, you mean, like people?
No, no, I think what he's
Council.
wanting, council, or are you wanting the
Council.
committee?
Well, committee, council, whatever. Anyway. We
Okay.
didn't really have a committee, it was all the council was.
Well, not really, not from the beginning, wasn't it the committee that you sat on for a long time that brought a
Anyway,
lot of
just
stuff?
something for recognition that,
You make a
Anyway,
good point
something-
there.
There'll be something, probably a donor wall that we're gonna do there, right?
I
Because
would
people are going to,
think.
we can put something with everybody's name on it.
We can have a discussion on that
Yeah.
afterwards.
Yeah.
I think there are many different options.
Rick Glenn is getting to is he wants a statue of himself.
In the garden, in the garden.
Bronze.
With the eternal name, I get one with a full year warranty.
Exactly.
Okay, let's
So
move
let me
on,
move
because
the
I do want to
resolution.
go home.
Okay, so,
No,
the
I think
residence
this is an
for,
awesome idea for the pictures.
whereas the Roma Spotting St. Clements currently lacks a sufficient collection of high quality and diverse photographs for use in newsletters, social media, website content, and other municipal communications. There are as many existing images are low resolution or repetitive, limiting the municipality's ability to effectively promote its services, natural beauty, and community events. And whereas inviting residents to submit their own photographs to the RM would enable the municipality to build a more robust and authentic image library reflective of the community's character and diversity. And whereas such a contest would foster community engagement, showcase resident perspectives, and provide valuable visual assets for ongoing communication and marketing initiatives. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the launch of a resident photo submission contest to be developed and managed by the communications department. And be it further resolved that the contest shall invite residents to submit original photographs via email or online submission form, require participants' consent to the RM's use of submitted images for municipal purposes, including both print and digital communications. Include a prize draw to encourage participation with costs limited to the modest prize budget, example RM merchandise and local gift cards, etc. Recognize selected photographers with appropriate photo credits when their images are published, and be it further resolved that the communications department proceed with the planning, promotion, and execution of the initiative, including the development of contest guidelines and term of use.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Bazarowicz, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay. The next item on the agenda, Madam Mayor, is active transportation trails maintenance, and we've been having some discussions. Councillor Boulanger has raised the issue that there has been quite a bit of concern from our residents related to some of the existing trails and some that have had significant growth, and he's looked into a company that's providing it, new Tampax with compact click applicator.
What did I put there?
I'm not sure. The link,
How in the world did that come?
I'm not sure.
We didn't. That's locked.
Whether you have to
No, I had to click on it.
So that might be the commercial that went along with this particular thing. So this is the Merritt Gravel Driveway Restoration Program. I apologize.
Hello, YouTube folks.
And so this is the program that this person
Haven't
does.
put anything else
And
out
they're
in a
going in there
while, so,
renovating the material, as you can see him
Put this out, this was, it's
cleaning up
October
the
now.
property
and,
site.
This was
And
recorded back in
used
May,
to
and I just ran
refresh
across
the
this
existing,
video on
bring
my
up the gravel.
computer,
So-
and I just never processed it up, so I thought I would go ahead and do that now, because it gives a pretty good look at how this driveway
Don't spend the whole
process works.
20
Really
minutes
in kind of a
looking at
nice
it.
little situation.
But you get the
The way
impression.
he turns around, it's better view when he comes back
It's
right
not
away.
always,
Click right away.
it's as straightforward a job as this, and so.
Council Boulanger has talked to this
Anyway,
individual,
this
there's
is,
an opportunity to possibly use them to do.
Especially that shot.
Brendan has been working with Dan Lester, and we've had challenges, and so Brendan likes the idea of possibly using this, and maybe using them on a demand basis.
So this job was
And
kind
so
of,
we'll
it
go
was
out
kind of a
and go through
refresh
the
on
proper
the driveway.
process,
She
get some
just
quotes and
wanted,
so forth. And
you know, she wanted the edges of the lines.
So you can see all the weeds in the gravel when this
Or
thing
lines
just
on
comes
the
and
edges of
just
the driveway, so
releases the
you
existing
can see
gravel.
where I put a, painted a line down there. I was pulled, string lines down the edges of the driveway.
So is it chopping it up or just covering it over
It's
those
chopping
weeds
it up
up right
and
there?
then
It's
bringing it
basically
back.
refreshing and bringing it up.
Mulching it
from
kind
where-
of almost,
Yeah.
eh?
Yeah.
And then so we'll take a look at it. We think that there's an estimate of about $6,000. So what we have is a resolution for council which says, whereas the RMC Clements is committed to providing safe, accessible, well-maintained active transportation trails for the enjoyment and well-being of residents and visitors, and whereas the current condition of the municipal trail network has significantly deteriorated due to lack of recent maintenance resulting in overgrowth, poor surface conditions, and reduced usability, and whereas restoring these trails will enhance recreation opportunities, promote healthy lifestyles, and improve connectivity throughout the community, and whereas a local contractor has been identified who can mow the full trail system, will work in coordination with the Selkirk Weed Board, who will be contracted to spray and remove encroaching vegetation. We use specialized gravel reclaimer equipment to grind, recover, and bring the trail surface to a usable condition. And whereas the scope of work will include the full trail network from hydro property to behind the steam plant and throughout the community, including the section past the municipal office. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve administration to proceed with the trail restoration project, including the use of gravel reclaimer services at an estimated cost of $6,000 to $8,000 with the final pricing to be confirmed. And be it further resolved that the Recreation Department coordinate the planning, contractor engagement, and oversight of the project to ensure timely and effective restoration. And be it further resolved that future trail maintenance, including mowing and surface upkeep, be incorporated into the Recreation Department's ongoing work plan to ensure long-term trail quality and accessibility. And a little further comment on this, I've had discussions with Public Works and Recreation with Brendan. Brendan is prepared to take this on as an ongoing task that he would. This year we did put money into the trails budget to be able to do this type of work, so we should be able to get it within budget and hopefully deliver on this kind of a scenario. And then the plan would be that we would have a future plan where we would do on an as-needed basis where it's identified.
Keep up with it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get so far behind.
Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I guess I have possibly two questions. The second one will depend on the answer to the first. So you're gonna mow this, spray this, and then run this machine over it for $6,000?
No, that was just a rough estimate. It's gonna be more than that, because, yeah, it's gonna be a day to mow it, 2 days to mulch it, and half a day to spray it. So, yeah, it's gonna...
It depends whether we need spraying. We don't know. That's why I said put it in the recreation. There's encroaching vegetation. There are places where trees fallen. There's several different things that have happened in the trail, from what I understand.
Yeah.
From him. So what we'll do is we'll probably get the mulcher to go in there, the reclaimer to reclaim, and if it does it the way he's doing it, there should be, it doesn't require any spraying at that point.
Well, what we gotta do is we gotta spray the edges so that growth doesn't, like, if you look at the pictures. Yeah, if you look at the pictures there, if you open up the pictures I took.
So the weed board, they'll spray it, and we'll have to pay them for it?
We'll pay them, it's about $500 to spray everything. That's not just there, I'm talking all of our trails sprayed.
Okay, so you're going from where to where?
So this is what the trails look like previously.
That's my next question.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
From hydro property, all the way up to...
Right past the ARM office here, right?
All the way up to 59.
And then both kind of trails, like at the steam plant there, because you've got the one going through Hydro Park or through Hydro, and then the other leg that comes out by the greenhouses.
Yeah, and then behind Bruce's Station, that little crook by your place there,
Yeah.
that'll get done as well. We have to kill the growth that keeps encroaching. If DPAP rolls up, you'll see what's happening here.
So this is how it started off, these trails. This is what they look like now, as they've been encroaching from the sides.
So we gotta kill that growth on the side, and if we can spray it, she'll spray it, and then...
So is that something that should be done right in spring, like right at the beginning?
Actually, to
There's
spray those weeds, you
Yeah.
should spray them in the fall.
Yeah.
Because then it sucks, they get all that moisture, and then that's what kills it. That's the best time to do it, they say.
And that might be part of this. The thing is that we'll work that out with them. Something I only learned just yesterday when I was talking with Brendan is that when he was talking with Dan, who had negotiated for us to be able to get this trail through Hydro Park, he said that Dan felt a little nervous, that he felt that if we don't maintain the trail, Hydro may take the land back, is what he said.
Next question?
Yep.
I have more than two. So, correct me if I'm wrong, is this trail rutted up, or is it just weeded up?
It's weeded up, and in places it needs a little bit of fresh gravel, but that trail is actually, if you go up Deep Peck when it was made, look how wide it is.
And how nice, but that's in the
Well,
fall.
but-
That's the
or
fall.
spring.
But I don't know, like, I guess my next comment is a question. What is our expectation for these trails to look like? Like they were brand new, just made?
No. Our expectation is to not have it look like it is now, at least.
No, I don't disagree
Okay,
with
what's that
that.
next one, Deepak, that doesn't look bad.
But like I said, I'm wondering
Yeah.
if
That one at the bottom.
we don't have trails that look a lot
Yeah.
worse than that one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it looks like today? This is what it looked like?
Actually, it kind of.
When I talk about it being rutted up or not level or,
Right.
like here's my concern. If it's gonna cost us, let's use the number of $10,000 to do this section of trail. How many kilometers of trail is in our trail master plan? Lots, I'm guessing.
But
So where are we going to find the money to do this to all of our trails
grants,
on a rotational basis?
grants.
Well, we don't have grant for this one.
No, I don't. No, we don't.
Like, I think I can support this if it's called a pilot project. And then we find out exactly what it costs, because it's not just $6,000 to $8,000.
No, I know. It's not.
It's
That's what
gonna
I
be
said.
more than that.
That's what I said.
Well, and I know that part of the trail that goes through the ash pit, from just past the cemetery going into town, it's very rutted up because my son used to ride his bike and he just about killed himself one day when he hit
I guess what I'll say is, we started on this journey of creating an active transportation network within the Arm of St. Clements. And if at that time, when we started the journey, if there was a concern from this municipality that we couldn't afford an ongoing active transportation, A, route, B, maintaining, then we shouldn't have went down this journey at all. I know where you're coming from, Scott, but what I'm saying is, this municipality right now is in good shape in terms of money. Now, we have not been putting the appropriate amount of money away in a reserve fund to maintain these trails. This is what happens when we don't do that. I think from day one, when we talked about putting an active transportation route together, we have some beautiful country that we can maintain, and I know where you're coming from, that yes, we have a robust and we have a real big vision of our active transportation trails. But we really haven't sat down and said, what's a realistic number that we need? And I agree that we need to budget for it, because if we're not talking about that or doing it, then we might as well not even continue the active transportation route, the map. That active transportation trail master plan that Brennan did was phenomenal. That package was just amazing. But that has to come with some council conversation about what it's going to take to maintain. And I just think we haven't got there yet. We haven't discussed it. So yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but like these trails are beautiful and we can maintain them. And going forward, we just got to budget for it.
I like the green,
Go ahead.
I like the green trail better than the other one without the leaves on it and that. Like if it needs gravel, that's good, but I like all the the growth.
Right.
And walking through the bush like that.
You're right, but
Yeah,
these
like-
pictures were taken in 2 times of the year. That first
Yeah.
picture that was built was in
Yeah,
October.
like that picture there, I like that.
Yeah, and that will be there, because that's
Yeah.
July. That was last week. lot picture that was built was in October.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No.
what I'm hearing here is that you want to have the trails maintained. Obviously, you can't make it look like this because
No.
that's when it was first done. The question is, where do you use this reclaimer and where you do not? What I'm passing the resolution is for the recreation to go and make a decision and be able to selectively choose just weeding or weeding and reclaiming where we need to. I don't think the question is, does this trail need reclaiming through the entire section?
This trail does, yes.
That's what we'll
So
evaluate
does
and
the
make a
same, so
determination.
does the ash pit area. Like, if we were to go for a walk tomorrow and you walked it with me, you will see that the entire thing needs mulching. It's never been done since it's been built.
Yeah, there's some big pieces, but the question is, do you need to maintain it after that to the point of just weeding?
Oh, got it.
Like if you do, like if we were doing Selkirk weed, we were spending $500, this whole thing could be done. We're spending $500 a year, we wouldn't have to do reclaiming.
No, you wouldn't, because you're maintaining the weeds, you're keeping the weeds down.
Okay, so that may be part of the examination to see what's the best
Yeah.
solution.
It just needs TLC. We have to do this because it's gotten so carried away. But ongoing, if you maintain it, you can keep up with it.
Does the hydro park one require more work because it gets underwater?
It can. We've been lucky the last 2 years, we haven't had any low road flooding, so we've been saved, yes.
Go ahead, Scott.
I don't think we're really talking about different things. I think we're saying the same thing.
Mhm.
What I want to do is, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but at the same time, we need some kind of functional, what is this going to cost if we're going to talk about it?
Mhm.
That's what I'm asking for. That's why I say, let's make it a pilot project. Maybe whatever which way you want to do it, let's figure out what the cost is, then we can probably extrapolate that out. So then we can start figuring out if we need a reserve and start putting money away in order to do this maintenance. Because without knowing how much it costs, what it really costs, how do we do that?
Yeah, you could be spending 20 grand on this little part of this trail.
Yeah.
You know, like you probably need some gravel and some mowing, and then the spraying after, like in the fall. Like to me, for this trail thing, what I would like to see is that this trail gets serviced somehow through the green team or Public Works, after we bring it to where it should be. It's just part of a thing that you go there once a month and do whatever.
So
Or you spray it in the spring and it's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, it should.
I mean, it might need gravel and spots.
Yeah. Yeah. So on your note, Dave, it's a good point, because where I indicated to you guys before where it needs to go realistically is you want to create a community group, a trail group that will look after it for us. So the RM is, so that trail group comes together, say it's 5 to 10 people, they're walkers, they're hikers, they're bikers, they fundraise, they do all the work on the trail maintenance. When it's their baby, they take ownership of it and they like it. And so when you can get a community group that will come together and do that, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. There are some people that put up their hand already in the community that want to start it. That's where ultimately the municipality wants to hand it over is to a community group that they can maintain it.
So I like that idea, but I think what I'm hearing all the time, I heard it here from Gull Lake, it's hard to get those volunteers.
I agree.
It's almost impossible, like, everybody doesn't want to, everybody's so busy nowadays, or whatever it is, it's hard to get that group together to do that. And to be honest, like, there's probably people who walk this this thing, but how many do? There's probably 20 people, and I don't even know if there'd be 20 that walk it maybe all the time, but
If it was kept in good condition, you'd have more, but at any rate, it will be more than 68,000. That was just a preliminary number that was, yeah.
Well, I think we should try getting it back in shape And as Scott says, maybe a pilot project to see how it works, but I would like to see it done, because I myself don't walk it anymore, and I used to walk it every day. That would be, if I could, I would, trust me, I would. But it was so nice to always walk it, and I guess, you know, I know that there are people that walk it on a regular basis, because as I mentioned, I think at the last meeting, there's always a car or two parked by the greenhouses, and there's always a car or two parked just south of the cemetery there, and they're walking the trail, like, so.
They adjusted the resolution to say with the trail restoration pilot project. So,
So council's good with that, we'll move on, and
Yeah.
because we have another resolution to make anyway.
I already read it. Did you see that?
Ding, 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 ding.
No, I didn't see it, where is
It's at the very bottom of the agenda.
It's fine.
You guys just have to decide on the time.
We're going longer or what?
it?
About
Midnight.
half hour.
I'm just saying, instead of that, passing multiple resolutions, just extend it by 2 hours, and then finish whatever you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got lots here now.
That's only
Okay,
my
read this
recommendation.
read this one, and then we'll see where we're going.
Okay, so I've read the resolution, Madam Mayor,
And I
Okay,
adjusted it.
with that little adjustment.
okay, did I have a mover in a second? Okay, for the trail maintenance, to get this work done, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Corbus, Councillor Bazarowicz seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
So next, we have a resolution coming forward to extend the meeting. So shall we go till
Midnight?
to 12 p.m. or 12 a.m.?
Well, might as well put it there if we don't go that far,
Yeah.
then it doesn't matter.
Resolved that the meeting be extended to 12 a.m. July 22nd, 2025.
That would be July
23rd.
3rd.
Oh, hold on.
Pajama party tonight.
Can I have a
We
mover,
got no
please?
scotch.
Councillor Corbus moves, Councillor Strang second, all in favor, opposed, carried.
So let's get back
Yeah,
to
me
the
too.
agenda as quickly as I can. The next item is the, okay, so.
And truck.
Fire truck, surplus, request. East
Yes.
Salton.
So what this is about is the East Fire, since we purchased the new command truck that's replacing the old command truck, Tyler's written a report saying that we'd like to be able to sell the old one, put it out on the market and try to recover some money. Once we make whatever we sell it for, we'll be able to then put the money back into the fire reserve.
Has he got some interest?
There's been interest, there's already been interest in our grass truck that we just bought a new truck for Narrow. There's interest for somebody to buy that one already.
Call for the resolution?
Okay, resolved that council accept the recommendation of the Manager Protective Services and declare the 1997 freight walk-in rescue truck as surplus equipment. Further be resolved, the Manager Protective Services be authorized to proceed with the sale of the vehicle with all proceeds to be deposited into the fire reserve fund.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Corbus seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Did you put the other truck in there too, the grass truck? No?
We did that earlier.
Oh, okay.
That's why he's been, he's
20
already
years
here.
old, that truck.
Yeah, interesting part is who's looking at it.
Royal
I can tell you later.
Canadian.
Sorry?
He'll tell you later.
Oh. Anyway, like the one in Narrow is 25, there's a plaque in it that says we built 2020, and it just feels like we just
You got,
took it over last year.
did you guys apply for collector plates?
Is there any
You need 30 years for that.
is there any
No, it's
relevance?
25.
Is it 25 now? Well, I thought it was 30. Memory lane here or
Okay, so the next is the Royal Canadian Legion recognition book donation. They ask us on a regular basis, and we resolution forward. Resolved council approves the monetary donation of $260 for 1/10 of a page color advertisement in the Royal Canadian Legion's Military Service Recognition Book.
Mover, please. Counselor Strang, second, please. Counselor Spicer, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, sorry.
Just because we're talking about the Royal Canadian Legion right now, I didn't see anything on the agenda here about it, but on the 29th, the Big Hearts.
That was at our last meeting.
This came.
That was at our last meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
About the Bud Spud?
Yeah, no, I know we get an email on it, so, okay, that was just for order. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. The next is the Canadian Fallen Heroes donation request. This is related with the Canadian Heroes commemorating soldiers who are buried overseas, and they're asking the Army St. Clements to contribute towards the installation of two of the soldiers who call the Army St. Clements as well. And so it's they're asking for $750 to support this, and it's been requested in the past. So we're recommending the same thing as past is to support it. So we have a resolution, resolve council approves the monetary donation of $750 for the commissioning of art installations with the requested fallen soldiers who call St. Clements home.
Okay. Moved by Counselor Horbus, second Counselor Spicer. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Do we have a list of any of them that we can maybe put up at our veterans garden? Because we have that veterans garden up at Grand
Very
Prairie.
good question.
There may be some.
That'd be nice to put
We
some
can
of our
contact
St.
them
Clements
and see.
residents there if they.
There may be something in our
They may already be there.
history book.
Yeah, maybe just a thought.
New fire truck, too, for,
Okay. So
There's a few that are from this area, like.
we have a mover and second, and we just need a vote.
all in favor?
Okay, had a mover, had a seconder, call the question, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Okay, so the next is contract
Sweet Judy.
extension
No, I
for,
don't want any.
next one is contract extension for Victor Cluse, who's been hired as our owner's representative of St. Clements Community Center with the ongoing increase
We
in
don't have one anyways.
time to deliver on that project. We're looking at increasing probably 2 or 3 months for the contract with Victor. And so I have a contract for Victor. Whereas Victor Cluse or Cluse?
There is no L in there.
Victor Cluse is the owner's representative and has entered into a contract with the Royal Municipality of St. Clements, and whereas the project has experienced delays during which continuous service of the owner's representative as are required and must be compensated, and whereas it has been agreed, the owner's representative of the administration, that the contract should be extended, whereas the owner's representative is to be compensated for the extended construction period by Canotech. Therefore, be it resolved that the Royal Municipality of St. Clement agrees to extend the contract for the owner's representative at a rate of $6,000 per month until substantial completion is achieved.
I thought you had them on a, is that a different thing? You got them on a retainer too to do other stuff? Or is that
Correct.
just as per?
That's as per needed on other projects.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Horbus, second, please. Counselor Strang, all in favor, opposed, carried.
Okay, the next is, the administration has looked into the street lighting and is recommending that if the street lighting is to be added to Rebec Road, they've identified how much from Rebec Road to PR 202. And that should come at a cost of approximately $56,000. That's we finalized with 52 plus GST, and there would be an additional cost for our hydro cost associated to that, which would be about $2,300 and 12 cents, $2,312.88
Per year?
for the hydro cost.
Per year.
Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
I'm looking for a history lesson. So did the RM do the part that's done previously, or how did this all come about?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Go
This
ahead, Glenn.
was part of it, it just didn't get finished for some reason, it fell off the table. It was supposed to be the whole length,
Okay,
and
and
it just,
we have this in budget? Or not really?
Would be having to absorb it in the existing budget.
Okay.
Go ahead, Counselor Strang.
I would like to check if, at that time, was it supposed to get the whole thing done, and was it paid for to get the whole thing done? Like, did it get?
Good luck trying to find that information.
Okay.
Is that-
And the other thing was, I don't believe that that there's that many lights going up the road on the other side. I was gonna count them and I totally forgot. Can I get back to you on that? Because I don't think we need that many lights.
Car right now.
I hear
We
it's
can
very
put it- we
smoky
can
out
put-
right now,
we can
like
put it-
really bad.
We can put it on hold and then we can bring it back.
Yeah, maybe, can we bring that back?
Sure, well, if council's prepared, we can bring it back next month.
Lots of them going out.
any call, it doesn't matter what it is.
I know. But it was so smoky out there.
Yeah, it's bad now.
Yeah.
Steve's super bad for
Okay.
visibility.
Anybody check where they're going?
Sorry? Didn't check if they were going north or south, but I would imagine it's north.
But anyways, I don't believe there's that many lights.
So Madam Mayor, we're gonna put 8.20
Oh.
delay it till
Bring it
next month.
back next-
We're gonna lay it over till next month.
Okay.
Okay, dust control. This was requested to be put in to the agenda, so. Madam Councilor,
Yes, sir.
you'd like to talk about dust control?
Well, I've had lots of complaints from residents, and it just seems like there's no consistency on it, and just the quality of like, some roads are super dark, some doesn't even look like they got done.
I have the answer for that, if you want.
Okay, well, just, and some of them, some of them are done to the end, that come up to, say, I'm just gonna use it for down south, come up to 202, and then there's some that don't. So there's just very inconsistency, and I just thought, like, does anybody go around and check to see if how they are dust
Yes.
controlled?
We
And I
are
know,
checking,
like-
and it's been consistently been applied and been for quite a while, and I think there's been ongoing. I think part of this is that year over year, there are different weather conditions that create some of this kind of perception too. And people are saying, well, we didn't get as much dust control.
But you
we
can see it on the
didn't get
roads.
When it's
like
humid
right now.
out, it darkens up when it's humid.
You know what's the problem?
What?
It's because this year they put limestone on the road. And the year before, they were putting gravel. So when you put gravel,
It's
and you
dark.
do it at the same time over and over and over again, it starts to come up and it stays there, it patches the roads, you can drive. But when they put limestone down, that stuff is so dusty, it just looks, when they put it on top, it doesn't look like they put anything there, especially it being so dry. If there's no rain or water, you go out
And
now,
limestone is
rain.
going to be more dusty altogether.
Yeah.
And I guess the
So
other,
stiffer roads or dustier roads?
Well, and when Councilor,
You like it stiffer, right?
when Councilor,
Better dusty.
Yeah.
when Councilor Sutherland called me yesterday, he said he had a few calls from Gull Lake. One
Yes,
particular
and-
street there.
And there's been some people requesting a Gull Lake, and you have to remember, we've said this a few times, this was the year that the resort roads were not to be done. We're still doing limestone in the north now, so there's creating a little bit more of a dust. So Kevin and I have talked about this, Councillor Sutherland and other people are beginning to ask, oh, do some more, and we're going, I'm at a point that the amount that we've adjusted the original road policy, and I was gonna put it on the cow agenda to have a discussion. It's coming down to service levels. If you're wanting, council asked us to reduce the use of dust control. We came up with a policy. We've continued to modify that policy every year and added more and more roads. And in contrary to the policy, to the point that we're spending almost as much as we were before the policy was written. So I think it's up for us to have a good thorough discussion on it.
Go ahead, Councillor Strain.
So one of the things that I guess I have a problem with too is Dunning going through is dust controlled from top, right down to the bottom, going right back up to the top. Going to our mailboxes, there is no dust control going that way. So, like to me, we're catering not to our residents. Our residents, it should be from Dunning Road to our mailboxes should have been done. And then all the rest is industrial.
Do people live along there? Is there anybody who lives there?
No, but is there anybody that lives through the Dunning
Is the
process?
mailboxes,
But I mean,
that was part of the policy.
part of the policy, it's in front of houses. If there's no houses.
Okay, but there's no houses in the floodway. Why are we dust controlling the floodway?
That's not even a real
Yeah.
road.
The floodway in Dunning was specifically identified by council in previous discussions with council where they said, we need Dunning done because lots of people were complaining they were using Dunning as a shortcut, no different than we apply additional dust control on CIL Road because we have a significant amount of traffic going through there and there's no residents there. So there were so we had a dust control policy and there were specific pockets of changes that were.
Yeah, just like 100. We do dust control all of 100.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
We
think we
weren't
should be
doing it
doing
before.
it. That's our transfer station and our mailboxes right
Good
there. That's a
point.
service to our customers,
No,
to our residents.
My point is, Madam Councillor,
Yes,
is that
CAO.
But my point is that we are making enough changes to the point that maybe we should have a rediscussion about the dust control policy and see if you want to budget appropriately and not have, because I think the original intent back in 2020 or 2021 was to reduce costs. But if we go in and do pockets of changes, it's not going to be as efficient as just saying we're going to dust control like we were previously.
Does Clark Road get done all the way down to the transfer station?
No.
See, and that's another thing, that's people, that's a service to our residents, because we're,
You make some good points, and that's my point. Like, maybe the demand in the past, what it was when the RM was struggling financially, we were looking at cost cuts. Now, the RM is seeing growth and demand and people requesting, so it's a matter of weighing. And it always comes down to what service level is council prepared to pay for.
Yeah. But then you're gonna get into, everybody's gonna come back and say, well, you have a policy. So here's your policy. So why did you put dust control on that whole road like that? And there's no houses there. So what's your policy now? What's the good of that policy?
Ran out of courses.
Very good.
Go ahead, Scott.
I think my esteemed colleague, Deputy Mayor Harvest brought up a good point. It's not raining and we're using limestone. If it was a wet year, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
Yeah.
So, I think, like what are we gonna do? Are we gonna wait to see what the weather's gonna be like and then change the policy to the weather? And then change it back when the weather changes again? Like, I don't know, folks, like, how many times have we gone over this policy already?
Exactly. And you know what? It's so hot out before, and if you put that down on there, it doesn't even change the color or nothing. It's like, at least we go with the water truck first and then put it down. It helps to revive it. But otherwise, I think it just wastes money.
Like, I guess the question becomes, and it's in your report coming up, how many dust control complaints did we get? 25 over the whole of the RM?
Correct.
That's not
So are we gonna change the policy because we got 25 complaints?
Go ahead, Councillor Strain.
I will let you know that I spoke to residents. The first thing I say to them, Did you call the office? Did you get a service tracker number? No. What is that? So a lot of them didn't, and I'd phone back to the office here, and I'd speak to somebody, and I said, did you talk to so-and-so? Please phone them back with a service tracker number. I even have emails that I emailed certain people here at the office.
It gets emailed to them.
It gets emailed to them, because we get emails, and all these service trackers that are in here, we're tracking them, and
Well, when I asked the people, they did not
Well,
send
they
me
always
an
say
email.
that though.
No, the people here at the office then emailed them after.
Oh.
Yeah, so people, it's,
I'll
our
re-
thing is
I'll
only gonna work
reconfirm
as
that
good as the
again.
operator is at the other end too.
Okay, so we'll talk about this on the 12th at our committee meeting, Will.
But it doesn't change the fact we only still had 25 complaints.
We had more than that, I know.
No, that would have been in the system.
25 recorded.
Everyone that's been
Recorded, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
25 recorded, but then where are the other ones going?
I don't know, there's more than 25 for sure.
Well, we'll take a look. Here is the
It's okay, we
statistics.
can discuss it next time. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Next
Since it's gonna be brought up on our committee whole. But anyways, that was just my thing that, and it would be good for the guys to go out and see, like, because all the roads got some kind of limestone, but you can see it in the,
We had 15 in dust control in June from Ward 2 and 10 from Ward 1. But we'll come back to that
Yeah.
next month. Next item on the agenda, beyond dust control, was noise extension for 123 Nicholas. So this has been a last minute request. They're looking at doing something this 25th or the 22nd. We're giving them the extension. They've already gotten the approval from the neighbors, but they're putting in a 34-foot hexagon rent to tent. We've told them to go and apply for permits. I'm just afraid they may not be able to get the building
And
permits.
they haven't given me any indication that the neighbors have given approval, because they only made this request yesterday.
I thought they received, or was that the
No.
previous one?
That was the previous one.
Okay. So they'll have to get the
So I
neighbors'
have a
permission.
condition that unless they get the,
signature. I was
Yeah.
looking to see if their address was on here.
I know, yeah. Like they sent the request yesterday, so just days before the event.
So are we gonna,
We'll approve it. Conditions are that they need to get building permit, which will be
Right.
challenging to do it in a few days to get, especially engineered for such a large tent. And number two, that they have to be able to provide us with signatures of the surrounding.
Too bad something like that, they couldn't just come here and get it done here. Are we doing stuff here? The building permit?
Not a building permit.
No?
Yeah, and the
For tents?
tents, it wouldn't help because what it is you have to have an engineered staff due to the requirements for wind
On
load.
the tent?
On tent for wind load. Because there's been some significant injuries in the past where tents haven't been put up properly. So City of Winnipeg everywhere now, the building code requires you to have an engineered, so if you buy tents, usually they would come with these engineered staffs that say, this is how the tent should be put up. Especially these large, very, very dangerous tents that could, click, case of fire, all those kinds of things.
The very, very dangerous ones.
Yes, they're very dangerous tents.
Very, very.
okay, let's move on.
Okay, whereas Gabriel Corsilas has made a request for noise extension, which is regulated under Bylaw 7 of 2020 for the purpose of an outdoor event on July 25th, 2025, therefore be it resolved that Council grants approval for the event subject to the following conditions: that the applicant provide written confirmation of support from the 6 neighboring properties within 100 feet of the property line, that the music and related event activities are permitted until 1 a.m. on July 26th, that the applicant obtain any required permits for the tent or related structures from Red River Planning District, and further be it resolved that the property owners are responsible for the nuisance noise created by invitees, guests, or other persons on the premise in the same manner as the person actually creating the nuisance noise, unless the property owners of the premises establish that they have exercised due diligence in modified effort to control and abate such nuisance noise.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, Councillor Spicer seconds, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And the next item is that we had estimated a little bit below this. We were thinking about $40,000 range. That would be the cost of doing the sidewalk, the parking lot in the RM area here, that we're looking at paving it and cleaning up this so that this entire site can be finished up at this point, because there will be paved parking there. There's already paved parking and all paved material at the daycare, so there's not much left outside of that little park area. We talked about, we recently planted 117 trees. I don't know if you've noticed those in the RM here. And so 117 trees were planted a couple of weeks ago. And some of those were in the park, some of them are on our site and throughout the area, and I'll speak to that later. But anyways, the price came in from the Fast Brothers, who are doing quarry, at $62,000, and so we brought forward a resolution because we had estimated previously.
Go ahead, Scott.
So the existing, they're just gonna clean it off and lay on top?
Correct.
And then they're gonna
And the
do the gravel part?
do the rest of the gravel, which is already in pretty good condition, so they're not redoing the gravel or anything or packing it down. They will have a swale going from the back over there, and they're gonna fix up a little bit by the trees here.
Question. So they considered drainage to
Yes.
get away
Yeah.
from the building?
Yeah. Sean has done the design on that. And
Good.
taken that into consideration. So the intent was we had made a certain amount of funding dollars from the sale of this land. That was going to be used to pay for this. So we do have the money to pay for this. That means the landscaping that was planned along with that was the landscaping in the front of this building so that we could put the handicap access in the front and finish up this site. That we'll have to take a look and see what kind of costs we're looking at. Public Works will try to bring some of the dirt. I've asked for some of the dirt that's been left over from this to be used. So the intent is to build up a mound that becomes part of the design. So Scatliff Miller Murray had originally done a design for us. It was much grander with a large hill coming from our previous parking lot all the way in here and then down again, so it incorporates the kind of the trail into it, which would allow people to use wheelchair access. So what we're gonna do is, Kevin and I talked and we take a walk around the building. We'll take a look at only putting in one trail now, only on that side, like we presently have. I was gonna look at trails on both sides. And on that side, we'll have a trail that'll come across and then it'll start rising and then it'll go down from the stairs. And so from that end, it'll rise up, which will give somebody a wheelchair a gradual rise until they get to the top of our stairs. So the stairs will no longer exist.
I thought it was coming from this side.
That's where I said the changes
Oh.
are as part of that.
So we're
not doing
taking
it
the
on this
stairs
side.
out, we're putting a ramp in and.
Yeah, well, we'll just put the ramp and bury the stairs.
We just need money to redo this.
Yeah, which is, it was a very
Quick fix.
quick fix for very cheap. It was like under $10,000, like it was like very little to do that work. So that's what we'd be looking. So what Kevin's going to do is he's going to take our plan from Scatliff. He's going to take it to somebody like Gaffers, or not Gaffers, Gellers, and Gellers could then give us a design. They'll give us a 3D rendering. I'll bring that back to council for your review, and then we'll move forward on that part of the project.
Go ahead, Scott.
Can we consider, not as a part of this resolution, but maybe sprucing up our little plug-in fence right there, because it
Need some
could
painting?
use
The
some
parking
spruce-
fence.
sprucing up.
Yeah, we'll probably look at doing some of that as part of this.
Okay.
So it'll be sort of a, what the intent is by this time next year, what I'm hoping is this entire block area is complete.
I guess
What I'm
that's
hoping to
what
do
I'm
is
getting at.
this project, the multifamily will be done, the RM outside, we've already planted some trees out there, and we're hoping to take a landscape design. This will be all done, we've got the daycare, which is complete. I'm meeting with them to finish up the last bit of landscaping needed for the daycare. And then the little park that we talked about as a pocket park, what I'm hoping to have is a public sort of a consultation with our, we just went out to the RFP for our design professionals for landscape design, like our standing contract that we used to have with Scanlon and Murray. We're going out to RFP again on that. And we'll use them to maybe do a quick little consultation on what we'd like to see as a pocket park that finishes at this part of over here. And once we're done,
We also got that. park
and we're
over
also
here.
talking about that other pocket.
That park over there, too.
Yes.
Woodchip should chip in for that.
Might be tough now.
It's tough now, but we can certainly, we do have money put aside in the recreation budget that can be used for things like this.
Are they gonna put a fence here? We're gonna need a fence here, where those buildings are there.
I think it was shown with the fence.
Probably in their development agreement.
I'll have to check with them.
Yeah,
I
because
thought
it's
there was a
gonna be
fence
weird.
there and across the front, so it looked
Closed up.
finished and, yeah,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
gonna look weird, one.
Okay,
Okay, so we've brought this forward, and so this way Kevin can give the instructions, because Fast Brothers are going to be working fairly fast. Be it resolved that council accept the recommendations of the Director of Public Works and authorize the CIO to direct the Fast Brothers Limited to complete an asphalt overlay of the Municipal Administration Office parking lot for the estimated price of $62,675 plus GST. This would be a 2-inch overlay, just so you know.
Estimated
Moved
price.
by Counselor
That's
Gazarovich,
your
second.
stiff.
Could come cheaper.
Did we get other,
Counselor
quotes
Spicer.
for, or no, we're just using these?
We're just using them because they're already doing the asphalt.
They're gonna be right here,
So they'll have,
quarter.
yeah, and they'll be, yeah, and I think they use subcontractors to do it anyway.
So they'll have to get.
I think Maple Leaf or
Maple
something.
Leaf,
Yeah.
buy it from them.
Yeah.
Okay, got a mover, got a seconder. If there's no further questions, I'll call the question. All in favor, opposed, carried.
Okay. Next is our closed list of accounts.
Oh, thank goodness.
Resolve that council approve the July 22nd list of accounts, check numbers 250000718 to 250000809 in the amount of $1,281,827.11 for payment.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Corbus, can I have a seconder, please? Counselor Boulanger, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And 9.2, we have our financial statement as of June the 30th.
And resolve that the June 30th, 2025 financial statements be adopted as presented.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, Counselor Corbus seconds. Any questions, comments? Call the question. All in favor, opposed, carried.
And so,
Now we're down to the grants, 9.3, and the first one is GMCC and RV Park.
yes, GMCC has requested for $20,000 as part of their request for the grant, but we had budgeted $15,000, and the recreation manager has gone through the request and is recommending $15,000 as per our policy.
Do we have a resolution?
Yes, we do. Resolve council approve the following 2025 requested grant, Grand Marais Community Central and RV Park 2025, $15,000.
Mover, please. Counselor Spicer, second. Counselor Strang, any discussion?
Councilor, did you have a question?
Call the question. Oh, he's laughing at me. All in favor, opposed, carried.
The next is the next request, which is the Gaynor Family Library. This is our third payment to the Gaynor Family Library. So resolve council approve the payment of $57,486.75 to the Gaynor Family Regional Library as our third installment of the 2025 annual operating grant.
Then mover, please, Councillor Spicer, second, please, Councillor Belanger. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried.
This one is another unique situation. The request is for 30, but the recreation manager is recommending approval for 50 because we had this discussion with East Selkirk Recreation and updated our budget, but the recreation manager there didn't know that we had updated the budget, so he was requesting for what was previously approved. And so the request is for moving to 50. So resolved, council approve the following 2025 requested grant, East Selkirk Recreation Association 2025 for $50,000.
Can I have the mover, please, Councillor Orvis, second, please, Councillor Pasarovich, all in favor?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
How about we just give them 30 right now and then hold back on 20 and keep that as a little pot for them? Just a suggestion. Like, why was the 50?
The 50 was identified as part of the budget because there were things that needed to be done. They had identified it, but since then there's been some challenges with them losing leadership and membership, and I think that's where the mix-up came up, because I think it's part of their chiller and all those replacements that they had, that's why.
Yeah, I think we did identify giving them 50, you know?
Yes.
Doesn't mean to say next time we have to give them 50.
No, I just thought to,
Yeah.
instead of giving them that extra 20, like keep it there for them and then, you know, how something comes up,
Yeah.
right? I don't know, that was just a suggestion.
Go ahead, Scott.
Do we have an update of
What's happening over there?
where they're at?
With the new board.
Maybe that should be in Canada.
I don't really have much of an update. We can put it in camera, but I don't have much of an update on it. I can get one,
Maybe.
and I can bring it to the 12th
Maybe
meeting.
for the 12th.
And
Please.
Okay, so are we giving them how much money then?
50.
Okay.
And I'm fine with the 50, but as long as they know that their
That's it.
operating thing is 30, and then we're giving them 20 extra for such and such. Maybe we should, because it is a new board, so that the expectation is
Well, I
not.
thought a lot of them stayed. They said they were going to leave, but I thought a lot
Well,
of them
read
stayed.
the, when you read the thing, it's different people.
Yeah, it's quite a few different people.
Anyways, that's just,
No,
Just
I
so
think
the
that's a good idea.
What's that?
Well,
30 annual.
30 is your annual. We've agreed in our budget to give you 50 this year
Yeah. Because of the other people.
because of the other stuff.
But have that written in there so they know that next year it will be 30.
okay, so
And if we do the 50.
resolve the council approve the following 2025 requested grant, East Selkirk Recreation Association 2025, $30,000 plus the additional 20 as identified in the budget to be clearly outlined to the East Selkirk Recreation Association.
The only thing here is though, that 20, when we give them extra for it, I'd like to see that go towards the plant there or something to do with that.
See, that's why I thought if they come and say, okay, we need this for.
Well, no, but we could put something in here saying 30 on your operating grant, but 20 is specifically to go towards the ice plant or something. Like they should have baskets too, right?
Yep, yep.
Go ahead, Scott.
No, I was just scratching myself.
No, you weren't. So are we giving them 30 or are we giving them 50?
I can't remember exactly why we went up to 50.
We went up to 50 because the recreation manager, as part of the budget process, had identified that he had looked at other grants from other municipalities for similar situations, and we looked at the cost of providing ice rinks and so forth, and it was determined that $50,000 was a much more reasonable operating grant for this arena.
I like Dave's idea though.
So you're talking ongoing basis.
What was your idea, Councillor Corbus?
Well, 30 to operate, 20
Oh,
towards the
towards
plant.
the plant.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay,
take that
so
and
Dawn
we'll
is
put that in the
now
letter.
the president.
Who?
Dawn's definition.
So we'll take that to in the letter, and we'll identify that as part of it.
Yeah, but maybe they need it for something, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, if they need it, they need it.
Yeah.
It's gonna go where they need it.
But maybe that's what we
Or
should
the
get in the
50,
update, right?
20.
Like, how is the condition of whatever?
Yeah, I'll put it on the agenda for,
Maybe we shouldn't pass this yet.
Yeah. Pretty hard to operate that place on 30, but I'm thinking.
Well, they have some of their own too.
I think the little restaurant at the Raw Diamond, is someone renting it right now?
It's really sad because it's being run, but it's not being advertised.
Like, that's another thing,
I
throw that
drove-
on Red River.
I drove past it and I didn't know that they're serving like soft ice cream. And probably, and East Selkirk probably doesn't know. Over at this,
When, is it open like today?
I don't know.
We
there's
should have
no-
got lunch.
Should have got lunch there.
There's no advertising, like there's.
Who's
don't-
taking it over?
No idea,
That would be good to know, to find out.
but it's got literally like they've got,
Dairy Queen.
soft ice cream now.
Nice. On the 12th.
It was hard, but no, it's.
That's for lunch, yeah.
Okay, so
Yes,
what
yeah.
did we decide?
$50,000 with a letter going out explaining that we'd like $20,000 devoted towards the plant.
The rink. Okay.
If possible.
The next is the Gull Lake Basin Management Aerator Grant. This is for $7,406.09. And so this is for their operating grant, and so resolve council approve the following 2024 expenses recoveries request. Then this is just, they provide us all the details for the recoveries. Gull Lake Basin Management Aerator operating 2024, $7,406.09.
Does he get 90 grand?
95.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor
I'll
Spicer,
move it, no, I have a
Councillor
question.
Corbus, and Councillor Spicer, go ahead with your question.
And I think I got some of the answer today, if I was listening correctly. I guess, you know, I kind of look at this financial statement and I'm confused. Like, is the grant for Green Team supposed to come to us? Is that what she was saying today?
They receive, what happens is, they have a budget that was established for doing the Zebra Muscle Program. On top of the Zebra Muscle Program, there are a separate funding that was provided for the aerator and other things. And so what they do is they also apply for various grants that they've been receiving on a regular basis. Those grant monies come back to us. We provide them for the funding for their operating costs, and we pay for their students that are hired to manage the Zebra, like the washing station and so forth. And then then we provide them an update on what their funding is. So what's happening is, as an example, they collected a certain amount of dollars that are being collected as a special levy that's being put aside. There was a special part of that special levy for every $1.25 was coming from the RN, 75 cents from the levy, and then all the expenses are then tallied against those charges. And if they get any grants, they get first drawn upon. So sometimes they've hired the students, they had a cost associated with those students, but they received grants to pay for the students. So they send us the money and then we make sure students get paid, and we withdraw what's necessary. That's why they have a positive balance, a significant positive balance still sitting for the Zebra Muscle program. And now with this $95,000, we do the banking for them. So even if the $95,000 comes in, it'll come to us and then they'll draw it off.
Okay, so let's look at this financial statement. So if we're looking at the credit side, they have a grant from Green Team for $15,065.69.
Yep.
So it's a credit, but they don't show it that they owe it to us.
No.
So is this realistic? There's the first question. The next question then becomes, the only thing that's really showing here, except for one line that I'm going to ask you about in a minute, is the cost of the aerator. And they want the full amount of disbursements, which is $7,400. But yet Alexander gave them $2,000. So why aren't we giving them $5,400? Because isn't that what the $2,000 from Alexander is for?
Yes. So what happens is they're asking for the grant, the total disbursements, the total cost to be paid out from us. All those credits that they're receiving, she's supposed to send that over here so that we do the managing of the budget. She hasn't done that yet because they've been waiting for their 2024 dollars.
So is the aerator 9,400? Because that's what I'm getting off the Scott's thing, that they should be taking 2,000 off of that 7,000, right?
Yeah, like I think they're getting double grant here. I hate to say this to you, but that's what it looks like to me.
It's 74, not 94, 74, and Scott's saying we should only pay 54.
Right, because they're getting 2,000, but right now, the way it is, it's 94.
Yeah.
Because they're getting the 2,000 from
No.
Alexander, right?
Well, aren't they getting $2,000 extra
For
money?
aerator, yeah.
Well, it could be for.
That 2,000 goes into that account, yes, depending on how you're looking at it.
And then I guess, I think we had a discussion around here that they were going to be looking after the cost of the zebra muscle prevention from now on. Pretty sure we had that discussion. So we've got a bill in here for almost $500. But I guess that's maybe when the new LID happens. We're waiting for that. Is that what we're waiting for? Like, I don't have any problem supporting them, but
How come the aerator?
I don't know if this
5,900.
makes sense to me, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, Scott, look at the thing that he just pulled up. It's 5,900. So why are we paying what we're paying? It's good.
So Jill has expenses, okay? So Jill received the checks, they put it into their, it's like a sundry account for a little while until they transfer it over to us. She's been sort of using it to balance and pay some of her bills until she gets money back from us. So the 24 expenses is for the AIS and the aerator as discussed. So what it is these are their actual costs, $5,934. Invasive species sign was $459, cell phone, water testing, and so forth. So there's their expenses. Student wages paid by the Arma St. Clements was $27,000. Then the Green Team grant was $15,000. And so I still have to give you the green team contribution. So I can certainly look at it and take a look and see what you're talking about, whether we're doubling up or not. And I'll
Like, I don't have any trouble supporting them, don't get me wrong, it's just,
It doesn't add up properly.
and maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's up to council if they wanna go ahead and pay it or not, but maybe if you're setting up a meeting next month,
Yeah.
maybe
We'll get the details and we'll
we can figure out exactly where it's
Yeah.
at.
If we need to cut back, we will. I don't think we need to, but we had this discussion with them before and we walked through and we had a complete spreadsheet we walked council through. My understanding is we were still working in that way, but Jill admits that she's not the financial whiz on managing this.
No, I'm not
And-
taking
and
hold
so-
of that either.
Yeah, and so Jill just
Yeah.
provides us the information and then Shannon sort of balances the budget with her as part of it. That was our way of sort of balancing it. I'll make sure that we've got this and this will be on the agenda for the cow. And, GLRA or GLNB or BM.
BMB.
So, did you want to hold off on this, or you want to pass it and then we
Yeah, let's
fix
pass.
it after the fact?
What are we passing though?
The $7,400.
Okay, we've got 10 minutes.
Hold off.
An hour and 10 minutes.
Hold off?
Yeah.
Do it next month? It's okay. So we will delay this till next month? So the next item on the agenda, if nobody wants to deal with 9.34, we'll move on to 10.1.
Do I have to table that one because we had a second mover?
Which one, the
We
later?
had a mover and seconder on that one.
Oh, okay.
Do I have to table it?
Yeah, table it.
Table it? Okay.
Okay. So the next one is the bylaw that closed the public reserve. So what we have is a public reserve. This is just the first reading of the bylaw, which allows us to set up a public hearing date and have a public hearing sometime in August about the public reserve with proper advertising. What this is specifically the lands close to the lagoon that were identified for public reserve, but it was really intended as a buffer zone to keep from any residential development in there. Since then, we're looking at the legislation. It looks like we can allow development as long as it's commercial or some type of development that is not residential. So this is not suitable for residential or park purposes because it's too close to the lagoon. So we feel that it should be removed out of the public reserve. As part of that, we have to have a public hearing with a full explanation and listen to the public. And the critical point on this is that after it goes to the public hearing, it has to go to the minister who will then whether declare whether we can take it out of the public reserve or not. So we're passing the bylaw for the first reading. So whereas bylaw 5 of 2025 is required to close a public reserve, whereas the public reserve is described as public reserve of Plan 29781, being a subdivision of parts of lots 273 and 278 OTN, Parish of St. Andrews, as shown in the plan prepared by James Edward Bailey and registered on June 24th, 1993. Therefore, be it resolved, council proceed with the first reading of bylaw 5 of 2025 to initiate circulation and advertising prior to second reading.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, Councillor Corbis seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.
So, communication for information, Madam Mayor, there isn't anything new nothing specific to draw your attention to, and so we'll move on to planning or committee reports and council reports, and then see you here.
Okay, I'll start with Councillor Spicer today.
River Planning District, it was a very short meeting for audit approval. July the 4th, we had the Northeast Red Watershed District for the same purpose. July the 7th, we had a Gaynor Regional Library meeting with the MLA from the other side of the river to discuss granting. July the 8th, we had a Manitoba Association of Watersheds meeting, we had a board meeting and a managers meeting. July 16th, we had a Red River Planning District, we had a special meeting and a board meeting. And July the 17th, we had a Northeast Red Watershed District regular meeting. And I can go any deeper if you really want me to, or if you have any questions.
Any questions, comments? I'm not hearing anything. Go ahead, Councillor Gazarowicz.
I have nothing to report this time.
Okay. Councillor Horvis.
What do I got? So, on the 5th of, July, we went to the Summerfest in Nebo. On the 12th, went to the Selkirk Parade. And on the 19th, I went to the fire hall in Grand Marais. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Strang, go ahead.
July 1st, I went to Selkirk to the Canada Day events. July 10th, Red River North Tourism meeting. We were getting ready for the garden tour. July 12th, also attended the Triple S Fair and Rodeo Parade. July 19th, attended the East Beaches Fire Department 50th anniversary with Councillors Spicer, Corbis, and Mayor. And July 20th, Red River North Tourism Art and Garden Tour. And today I had a Red River Basin Netley Marsh update meeting. And just to let you know that on the Legal Marsh side, they are planting willows there also, that they're putting in vegetation to match sort of with the other side, that they had some grant money from, they were shooting in doing planting there also. But they haven't been on that side to give an update, and the Netley side is doing very well with the vegetation growth.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Boulanger, go ahead.
Just the July 1st fireworks, I attended just to go see our donation go up, yeah.
Well, I heard they were very nice. Actually, I was watching them from home and I did see a fair number of them, so they were high in the air, so. Yeah. Okay, what do I have? June 26th, Safe Grad. There were 301 graduates this year at the comp, so that's quite an achievement. July the 5th, as was mentioned, I was at Levo Summerfest. Deputy Mayor Corbis was there. There were stuff for the kids to do, and to me the crowd seemed a little less, but when I talked to one of the gals the next week, she said it seemed that they had picked up in the evening because they did have a beer garden and a band, so seems that it went a little bit better. July 12th, Selkirk Parade. July 16th, our PD special and regular meetings. And July 19th, I too was at the East Beaches Fire and Rescue 50th. I thought it was a very nice event. I think they did a really good job of planning it. So
I guess I was there too, I forgot it on my report.
you forgot you were at planning too.
Well, I got planning.
Oh. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when we were at the East Beaches Fire Hall, we were asking about, they had the, what is it, Sparky? They had
Bouncy castles.
Bouncy castles. And he said they're by their mutual aid, so all of our fire halls can put into request to get them. They were, and he had just unpacked them out of the box, so they were brand new. Yeah, through.
And I think they're bigger than the one that East Selkirk usually has, so.
So that's something that they can
Yeah,
request.
they should be looking into that, so. Okay, Deepak, how much do you have? he's got lots.
I have a report.
That's okay, we're here till 12. No problem.
No, we're not.
We're here till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow.
So the
Take your time there, dude.
St. Clements Activity Center. On-site meeting was held to discuss the financial completion with the contractor. As mentioned last month, we will be adjusting the grand opening to September in order to make sure the site is complete. The project continues to be below budget, and we have asked the contractor to provide quotes to complete additional works identified in the overall project. But we're not in the contract itself. These include lighting in parking lot, asphalting the parking lot, and additional landscape. A summary of the activities for the month of June for emergency response and bylaw or emergency services. We had a total of 32 calls, which were 14 in Narrow, East Beaches 4, and 14 in East Selkirk. Animal control, we had 1 complaint, 1 caution issue, 2 patrols conducted, and 1 barking issue. In the weekend bylaw enforcement, we had 17 shifts, 17 calls for service, 16 off-road vehicle concerns and warnings that were issued, 9 parking warnings, 13 animal control issues, 6 noise issues, and 40 public contact subsides. So then the standard dashboard that I've been providing to you on a regular basis continues to show an improvement in our processing requests, and you can see that when we look at the monthly activity, if I zoom in a little bit longer, you can see the monthly activity and the numbers. The point is that you need to see is how many are being closed compared to how many are being opened. So we're getting all our ones done. You can see which are the large numbers. So most in the last 30 days. So as you can see, what you will see is this is in the past 30 days as compared to the monthly report, which I'll be talking about in a second. So we had a total of some 25 complaints for dust control as an example in the month of June, but in the last 30 days, which includes part of June and the rest of July, we're over 30-some complaints. So depending on when you look at it, things change dramatically. Miscellaneous questions, request for accounts on the status. So this is a closed, open, and in progress, and as you can see, we have a lot of closed and not very many open that are beginning to happen, and this is the days to close has continued to be hovering where it should be at the low numbers. By the end of this year, we'll be able to do a proper comparison because the numbers from last year, because we imported that data, it continues to skew the numbers. So it'll be better to see what kind of a fluctuation because we'll be on a large, smaller y-axis. That's the y-axis, right? I think it is a y-axis. And so service requests by ward, 59 total service requests out of Ward 1, 157 out of Ward 2. Out of those, if you take a look, on hold, there's only 3 in Ward 2, none in Ward 1. In progress, there are 7, while in progress, there's 20 in Ward 2. In progress can be on various different things, and that's where we can dive in more detail. And I'm beginning to look at some of those kinds of numbers. And I do have an analysis on one of them that you were asking me about. And I think it didn't show up. No, that's over here. Over here. And so in my Q alert, I did do a report on, and it's not there anymore, just highlighting. So I'm able to do reports on the number of miscellaneous. So here are in progress miscellaneous, and I can go back and take a look. That's not available to you right now, you can't see it. But as an example, you asked me what were the miscellaneous last time. So I wanted to give you a bit of an understanding of what are those. They can be other, which is things such as miscellaneous, and it's dealing with somebody made a service request regarding dogs in the yard are constantly pooping and pissing. I won't use the words that were written in here. And they want somebody to do something about it. So it's not another one could be as a miscellaneous that's related.
A lot of the miscellaneous is the public works phone messages.
Yeah. And so those come in as part of that. So we won't go much more into that. Then what I did was the service requests for June for each ward. So those 59, you can now look at them closely, and this is available for you, council, as well as the public. 12 dust controls, miscellaneous questions or concerns, 7 of them. But as you can see, lot grade inspections, most of them are in the ones.
12 dust controls?
Yes.
Were they all from Sandra Swing?
Not necessarily. And we have, and so then we have dust control in Ward 2, we had 15, which is aligned with 15 for grading requests at the same time. When we had some others, and those others I just explained to you, what are some of those others, like anything from complaints and so forth, miscellaneous questions, which the majority are public works related. Burning, there were 7 questions, as you can see. But if you take a look at these categories, it's giving us a pretty good handle on that. We've got the categories in there, and most of them are 1 or 2 a month here and there. They add up to a significant amount, 157. But realistically, like, somebody's phoning about ruts, somebody's phoning about sewage or quality of grass cutting. So, but it's 1 or 2 here and there. So I think at the end of the day, the big thing would be when we take a look at this now in the future, I can take a look at it and say, okay, what do we do over the summer? And we can have some discussions at our future meetings on over the summer, what was the range of requests? So how many dust control requests did we receive over the summer? How did we deal with them? How many were relevant? And so forth. And so those are the kind of things, because sometimes you get a request for dust control and somebody asking, when are you going to do dust control? And the question's answered. So that's just an example of when are you going to be doing grading. And so those are our service requests. So that's the end of my presentation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And
You might get a request for dust control and road bans are still on.
Correct. Yeah.
So
That's where we
knowing
have to
what
do,
some of those are.
yeah, that's where we need to do some. And the point was this system's going to help us do that level of analysis, and it's giving us a better handle. And I agree, we're still trying to make the system better as we improve. But once we get this improved, this should be, and as we begin to use this with other municipalities, we'll have a common sort of a measurement tool as well with other municipalities.
Are we done dust control in our municipality?
I think they were still doing some last week. I don't
Things they
know.
missed and they were patching, and I think that's what Kevin said when we asked him that.
Okay. I just know, remember there was is it Gull Lake?
Go Lake, there was a request to do a particular road.
Yeah.
And the fire hall thing there, they said they wanted it.
Yes. And so.
Is there a house there?
Where, at the fire hall?
Christina S.A.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes,
So also, I wanted to talk about, sorry I didn't finish yet. I want to talk about, we recently received 117 free trees from the federal government's $2 billion tree program. The only rule they had was for the location, they could not be on private property. Below is a list of the trees that we took. We identified the ones that would be best suited, and they've been planted throughout. The opportunity has given us that we've been able to plant trees, 2 rows, one on each side of the trail, coming off of 59 all along into the R area. And so that will also work to block off the ball diamonds. We also put it into the soccer fields. We also blocked off trees that will eventually block off the water plant. We planted a bunch of trees in the public works yard area as well.
Is somebody watering them?
As part of this, there's a very strict program as part of this. At certain times of the day, we have to record that these are green teams and we have to do the watering. So we even had to water when it was raining, because they don't care whether it's raining or not. They want the watering schedule to occur in a certain fashion. And so that's all we're having to monitor and maintain. We're providing all this information. And all this has been done through an arborist plan that was established with the federal government. That's to make sure all these trees survive.
That would be good information in our newsletter, to put that
Yeah.
we just planted this many trees in our municipality.
Yes,
Yeah, that would be.
that was
really
the intent of myself sharing this as well.
Question,
And so, yes,
Go ahead, Scott.
didn't we get trees from the watershed district too?
This is,
This is
This is
the
them?
watershed
Yeah.
district.
the
Okay.
2 billion tree program. Yeah. So Donald Road asphalt construction has begun on Quarry Road, and the Quarry Road reconstruction will be beginning shortly. The intent is to complete the parking lot asphalting for 1043 Kinnison as part of the Quarry Road reconstruction, as I mentioned. And what I did was, Tyler, I was able to get him to send me some pictures of the Donald Road construction. It's working quite well. And so there is 2 or 3 items I wanted to discuss in camera with you, and I promise they'll be very quick.
Okay.
We got another 55 minutes.
Yeah, I want to get it.
How else is done?
Let's do it.
22 minutes.
Okay,
Let's
so,
do it, man.
so let me go into our in-camera discussion. So I'll bring up the,
Better get to him so we can keep moving. So we-
No, we're not making midnight, I'm out of here at 11:30.
they were going in camera.
yes, we are.
Okay, I'll set up another.
The deputy can take over.
Okay, we gotta shut the camera.
I'm getting a headache, that's
Too much sugar.
No.
too damn tired.
No sugar
You're
Not a
coughing.
chance.
Remember, I gotta come back for a meeting with
Yeah, what time is your meeting?
9 o'clock
We
tomorrow.
should just wear pajamas.
Yeah.
There's no socks here for that.
I haven't thought about it.
There's probably cots downstairs.
There is the
It'd be
shower.
creepy staying in here, I think.
Max's goes.
There
If
is
you're
a
working in here.
In the daytime, never mind night.
Is
It's,
there a clock here to sleep in?
I
No,
bet you.
No?
There used to be.
Yeah, they took them up.
Are you able to get it
There used to be
done?
cells, weren't there?
The 2 in camera?
I will once we shut the cameras off.
Okay, so let me just.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
so
read
I'll
the
just do it.
resolution and I'll
do
put
the
it in there.
resolution,
How we go
So-
in camera.
I don't imagine we gotta shut those doors.
No.
So, resolve, council recess the regular meeting and go into camera to discuss legal and personnel issues, and further be it resolved that all matters discussed are to remain confidential as per section 83(1)D of the municipal act.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, Counselor Spicer seconds, all in favor. Opposed, carried.